And he created this video to kind of explain it. I have not watched it, but I saw this guy put out a bit of content on it. It's super good. I will just give you a TLDR here that I wrote about. So I'll just read it straight up. Every day we get closer to a full-blown agent economy. Positioning now puts you ahead of the game when the inevitable happens. Again, back to Orgo, it seems that this agent economy and agent-to-agent transactions, agents, participating in retail, it seems like it is inevitable. It almost is inevitable at this point. UCP is bullish. Okay, and again, this is Google's new Universal Commerce Protocol, and it's basically utilizing X402 and 8004 to do agent-to-agent transactions and agent commerce, I guess I should say. So here's how I put it. Think about it like this. Compare UCP to train tracks. The train tracks guide the train. Meanwhile, X402 is the engine powering the train. Without the train, the tracks are pointless. And without X402 or 8004, UCP is also pointless. UCP is the brain that walks agents through steps. X402 is a tech that enables it, positioning and sector leaders. And so, PayAI is obviously on the bleeding edge of X402. They're the leading facilitator. So it's one to watch out for. And then Dupe is obviously the king of AI commerce, and it'll almost certainly benefit from this tech, right? And so I just thought it was pretty fascinating. And it's something that you guys should be paying attention to. Here's Sundar, who is the CEO of Google and Alphabet. And he said AI agents will be a big part of how we shop in the not so distant future. To help lay the groundwork, we partner with Shopify, Etsy, Wayfair, Target, and Walmart to create a universal commerce protocol, a new open standard for agents and systems to talk to each other across every step of the shopping journey. And coming soon, UCP will power native checkouts so that you can buy directly on the AI mode on the Gemini app. Okay. So, that's pretty interesting. Let's see if I have here. This might be a better, quicker breakdown here. I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to start sharing again. All right. This is 1 minute, 50 seconds. I will speed it up a little bit for us. Let's do it. At the stage.
Shopify and Google have partnered to build the Universal Commerce Protocol, or UCP. Let me tell you about it. Everyday AI agents are being used for shopping. You go to Google Gemini and you tell it that you're looking for a product and you want its help not only to find the perfect one, but to also be able to transact right then and there. But there's a problem in the industry. AI platforms don't want to have to integrate bespoke one-on-one with every merchant out there, and merchants don't want to have to give up any of their business-critical customizations to be able to participate. So Google and Shopify joined forces so we could tackle this head on. Here's what makes UCP so powerful. First, it models the entire shopping journey and not just the payment portion. You have search and discovery, you've got cart assembly, you've got checkout, and orders, all as base capabilities in the protocol. Second, you're able to keep what's unique about your business. For example, say that you've got white glove delivery service, or you've got warranty forms that need to be filled out, maybe you have custom terms that need accepting, or maybe you need to do age verification. All of these are possible in the protocol. Third, no transaction is left behind. If a transaction can't be fully completed over API by the agent, UCP has a mechanism for an escalation to happen for the agent to get a human back in the loop using a URL that could be loaded in a web view or using an embedded web checkout. That helps every transaction find its way to completion. And lastly, every platform can participate and every payment processor is supported. At the time of launch, there are over 30 platforms and retailers that are supporting UCP beyond Shopify, including Target, Wayfair, and Etsy. UCP is going to be the standard for transactions to happen in AI forums. It is going to be used for Shopify merchants to participate in Google's AI mode and Gemini checkouts. It's coming soon, and there's a lot more cooking as well. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I think that was the TLDR you can read about here. Nonetheless, people think this is bearish on things like PayAI, and I can actually pull a PayAI chart as well. And some of the other X402 standards, they actually got a bit of a dip from this, and they've since pumped. But look, they got a bit of a dip on this, UCP announcement. And the interesting part is I don't think people fully understood the UCP announcement, right? Because UCP is great, but it doesn't work without X402, or it doesn't work without the agent-to-agent facilitators. So what happens is UCP basically takes this technology and then tells the AI agent, hey, as an AI agent, this is what you have to do. This is where you have to send money. This is like how you complete the transaction. UCP is like the languaging model, or, the brain behind walking the agent through making these payments. But you still need this tech that PayAI, and, so some of these other X402 facilitators integrate. So UCP is bullish X402. It's bullish 8004. And I think it's bullish agent commerce in general, right? Which is why we see Dupe doing its thing. Up 53% on the day, up to 11 million market cap. So we can see here it's just gone on quite the tear, taking a little bit of dip since hitting 13 million, but I think since it's been bouncing again. Yeah. So Dupe looks good. Again, hopefully we can get Bobby on, or I think the announcement's gone out. We have Bobby coming on Wednesday to talk a bit about this, but they've been at the cutting edge or bleeding edge of agent commerce since the start. They're literally probably the best position for it. We saw as soon as they released their app, you saw so many other big corporations scramble to do the same. So we'll have them on to talk about it, see how this benefits the token. He made some tweets that I actually found really interesting. Let me just pull up Bobby's Twitter and we can go through some of these because he has recently talked about some new dupe utilities, dupe upgrades. So let's see, 4 hours ago. Let's just go through some of these. As it goes with startups, timing isn't everything, but it's 95%. We know that to be true. We talked about that on the last stream. It's very important. Timing is 95% of the battle. Dupe is about to deliver the world's most powerful shopping agents at the exact moment that Google, Stripe, and Meta are racing to build the rails. You couldn't have built what we built just 6 months ago. Dupe is quite literally the only e-com startup with scale that is set up to leverage these powerful rails out the gate. Luck met foresight, and here we are with Dupe. When we first launched Dupe, it spawned a number of imitators, startups, including by Bill Gates' own kin. When we launched our app, trying dupes to LLM last quarter, tying Dupe to LLMs last quarter. Almost every major e-com co took notice and launched one of their own. The way we're designed agents will be widely imitated too. Dupe is very much on the bleeding edge. And so again, Dupe is positioned, but I think Bobby made a few comments, and let me just go to his replies and we can read through them together. Sorry, my video started playing over there. But so he commented on Sudar's post. He goes, he commented to me actually. I said,
shut up, Dom. In the replies here, the timely reply.
Gotta be on top of it, man. I think Bobby has been waiting for this. He said, "Waiting isn't the right word. We've designed for this inevitability." So they knew this was coming. Basically, we read that. What else? Google's Universal Commerce Pro (UCP) is live. This is an open standard for AI agents to handle discovery, checkout, post-purchase across Shopify, Etsy, Wayfair, Target, Walmart, plus 20 other partners, many of whom are Dupe's partners already. That's alpha. This is a leap forward for AI platforms like Dupe Solana, and here's how we'll be able to leverage it to compound our strength to make Dupe the front door to a $5 trillion e-com market in the agentic era. Now, this is what we want to talk about, boys. How does this affect Dupe? What we care about. Dupe introduced the world to AI commerce last year. We went #1 in the App Store on launch day, and our unique strength to date has been sourcing the web in seconds for the best lookalikes and deals, up to 90% off. Soon, the first Dupe agents of their kind will likely hit consumer market. They invested hundreds of research hours to create a tailored, in-depth product report, giving you complete confidence in every purchase you make. We're the upstream decision intelligence layer. Users upload a pic/link. We find a smart alternatives across thousands of retailers or shoppers aren't sure what to buy at all, and our agents guide them to the right choice. UCP handles the seamless downstream execution, checkouts, payments, again, using X402 technology. A perfect complement. Agents need our smarts to do what they want, to decide what they want to buy. Then UCP lets them actually do it effortlessly. Really interesting, guys, because UCP and Google, they need a customer for this. They need someone to use it. And so what they need is agents to actually start doing these transactions. Dupe is doing that in a big way. I wonder if they haven't already, if Bobby's having these conversations with Google, because for UCP to work, right? They have Shopify. They're going to integrate some of this. I wonder if they're going to use some sort of some Dupe technology. I don't know. Agents need our smarts to decide what they buy. Blah, blah. In Q1, we're shipping the most intelligent, most helpful decision intelligent agent in ecom. Okay, so that's coming, in the next couple months here. Bro, what am I doing? In Q1, we're shipping the most intelligent, most helpful decision intelligence agents in ecom. We've been dog fooding it for a while, and it's been surprisingly powerful, even in areas we thought we'd struggle. It's led us to buying far more than usual because our agents infuse the purchase decision with more confidence than anything we've tested across the web. AI agents will explode in shopping in 2026 because of top consumer players like Dupe. UCP standardizes the plumbing so agents can talk to any major retailer, and 20 plus million dupe users will be introduced to decision intelligence agents for shopping fast. We're positioned as the go-to AI brain for finding the best deal / internet match. Our MCP allows us to plug our brain into every major LLM, making their own experience better. In 2026, we're expanding partnership coverage. Oh, okay. We're expanding partnerships coverage, launching dupe agents, bringing dupe to Android, taking dupe international, bringing dupe to LLMs, and now with UCP, we'll finally be able to seamlessly fulfill the promise of downstream conversion execution on behalf of millions of shoppers. Shout out to the dupe community that's been with us since day one. Together, we turned dupe into a movement, and now multi-trillion-dollar players are validating our vision of where ecom is headed. So no wonder dupe's kind of catching a pump off of this news. It's pretty much exactly what I mean. They're building. It's exactly in the direction they're building towards. It lines up with everything. So Josh, what effect do you think now that we've talked a bit about MC? Not MCP. I'm an idiot. Now that we've talked a bit more about UCP, what do you think that means for agentic e-commerce, for dupe, for Orgo? I don't know.
I think it just makes it actually possible in the workflow. But to be honest with you, I'm still trying to wrap my brain around this when I was writing the stream notes here. Checkout, post purchase. So you're saying that X402 is still needed to make the agent payment, right? Because it's just a payment request.
Yeah, so X402 is the facilitator, right? It facilitates the payments. Now UCP is going to be basically the brain behind it that says, hey, you're shopping on a AI LLM, right? You're shopping on dupe per se. You go and find Wayfair. You go and find the product you want. Now, instead of going and putting in your credit card, doing all that stuff, you say, okay, this is what I want. Let's buy this. And the agent will route the payment using X402. It's like the brains. It'll basically say, okay, you want to buy this? I'm going to communicate with the supplier. I'm going to fill in all your information or whatever. I'm going to process the payment. And then in processing that payment, it'll go to X402 facilitators, 8004 facilitators. And, that'll be like the underlying technology. This is simply automating the workflow that you would as a human maybe otherwise do.
Yeah. So what I think I understand from this is within these LLMs, they're pulling in things like the checkout data, the different promotions and different data points that the merchants will have. They're creating a standard for merchants to kind of like surface all those things up inside the LLM environment is what I think this is doing. So that's significant. They say discount subscriptions, loyalty programs. This is just like kind of standards here. I'm just pulling this open here.
Do you want, maybe in the meantime, we can watch the video that was created?
Yeah, do it.
Okay. This might help us get that full broad picture. And Abe said it best, dude. The interview with Bobby is going to be a banger. He's going to be able to talk more about this.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely understand this vertical more than we will, but go for it.
Let's see. I'm going to try to speed this up because it's an 8-minute video and I don't want us stuck here for more than 4. So,
what if buying something online, maybe right from a conversation with an AI, was as simple and secure as just tapping your card in a store? Well, that's the big promise of what's being called agentic commerce, where AI assistants don't just find things for you, they actually do things for you. Today, we're going to look under the hood of a new open source standard designed to make that a reality for everyone, the Universal Commerce Protocol, or UCP. All right, here's our game plan. We're going to start with the basics. What exactly is UCP and what problem is it trying to solve? Then we'll walk through a step-by-step example to see how it works in the real world. We'll also take a look at how a huge player like Google is already putting it to use. And finally, we'll talk about how this open project is inviting you and everyone to help build the future of commerce. Let's dive in. So first up, what is this Universal Commerce Protocol? Well, at its heart, it's really the foundational plumbing for a brand new way of shopping online, this new era of agentic commerce. Think of UCP as an open source rulebook, or maybe even a universal translator. It's a common language that lets all the different players in an online purchase, the AI agent you're talking to, the store you're buying from, and the payment service, all communicate with each other smoothly and, most importantly, securely. And this is really key. UCP isn't just for one group. It's designed to help the entire ecosystem. For businesses, it lets them show off their products while staying in control as the official seller, the merchant of record. For AI platforms, it makes adding new merchants way, way simpler. Developers get this great open standard to build the next cool thing. And for us, as consumers, it just means a super smooth and secure way to shop from the brands we already love and trust. So you might be asking, why do we even need something new? Well, the problem is that our current e-commerce plumbing just wasn't built for this new world. It wasn't designed for the kind of conversational, AI-driven shopping that we're all starting to expect. And here it is. This is the core of the problem. It's called the N by N integration bottleneck. Just imagine every single business on the left having to build a completely separate custom connection for every single AI platform on the right. It's a total. You have the business backends, the store's actual inventory and payment systems. UCP is that powerful translator in the middle. It's the standardized layer that lets them speak the same language using a shared set of capabilities, like checkout, discounts, and finding products. Okay, so that's the big picture. But now let's get down to brass tacks and make this a little more concrete. We're going to do a practical walkthrough to see exactly how the protocol works in action with a sample business and an AI agent. We're going to follow this
API integrations to allow these things to communicate with each other. But that isn't really possible when you have a brand new kind of mode of commerce, and rebuilding all those connections takes a lot of time. And so they've created a universal, I guess it's in the name, universal standard for these connections to happen. So this is just like, again, I'm not a developer, I'm smooth brained. So I'm trying to understand the implications here. I think this just speeds up the adoption of this. Ultimately, this probably benefits merchants more than anything, because you can actually sell more stuff. X402 is just the payments part of it. So it's just one component of the overall kind of communication standard. If you go previous, I think at the 1 minute mark on this, they showed the implications per a stakeholder. Can we zoom back to that? Do you know what I'm talking? They had a list of them.
of agentic commerce. Think of UCP as an open source. And this is
right here. Let's just pause here. Okay. So the businesses, what I understand, and it showed a schematic, it was pulling in like their discount codes, it was pulling in their loyalty, all that stuff. So if I'm a user using an LM or a chat bot, I need the business that I'm going to buy something for to already have my loyalty program populated. And that's where the a sample of that integration that's happening. So that's what I think was going on. So let's say I'm using ChatGPT. I'm logged in as my email, and then on merchant that I'm buying from, I'm also logged in on my email, and it's pulling it through. All right, here we go. Tobias, shout out Toby. Toby has also been a crypto guy too for a long time, which is cool.
He's been dropping some bangers on this. UCP will make it faster for agents and retailers to integrate. It's open by default, so platforms and agents can use UCP to start transacting with any merchant. Major retailers are already using it. Agents can handle everything from from discovery to fulfillment, and support things like discount subscriptions and loyalty programs. We've accounted for all types of commerce. So,
yeah,
that's
I think
UCP.
we got it. It's tough to know what the implications are here. I think for Dupe, it's obvious. For Pay AI, it's not super obvious yet.
Let's go, dude. We're back, man.
We're back. Banger stream today, actually. Absolute fire today.
So we got some heat coming. Man, the trenches are back. Maybe I might start off with a little message to the people listening right now, because the trenches are back. And when the trenches are back, that means the tourists come back. And I've already seen it, man. I think back to the Believe days, and I'm seeing some of this happen on Bags, where we have people go and launch creators coins, and then they go and claim the funds. People are like, they claimed the money. They're gonna go all in on this token. And I hate to tell you, 99% of these people are going to grift and scam and take the money and never talk about the token. I see it happening with Peak right now. Peak Money, Sherry something. She did the same thing on Believe, claimed like 40 bands at least, and never talked about the token after the hype was gone. So, opening message today, man. We got 730 people in here for you guys.
Daddy Duster, trenches are definitely heating up, but don't fall for the tourists.
But definitely squeeze it while you can, because who knows how long this is going to last. I feel good. Feels so good to finally have the market show some life after months of just dragging us through the mud here. But here we are. So tell us about the stream. We got some bangers. We only had ZDLT on the schedule today, and it looks like Josh went and closed some did some
Yeah,
work.
we had some people that got in our DMs. So Foundry, and then a gentleman from XAI who's building MIA or MIA, and the token on Pump Fund is going absolutely wild. So I'll show you this chart. And this was a bit of a slow cook, guys. I am, trying to understand why, I didn't know about this one. And so I got to pick this up on my other scanner here. Just give me a second. While I do that, Dom, why don't you pull up a news piece to knock some of those off?
Yeah, dude. Okay, I got a couple here. Let's see. What do I want to hit first? Well, I mean, we got to talk about CPI, right? Inflation's looking good, right? TLDR, inflation's looking good. This likely means we see a pause in rate cuts here next. Next decision we have, and I'll pull that up on screen. You can see it here. Just keep it quick. But here's the numbers, guys. So December CPI inflation comes in at 2.7, in line with expectations of 2.7. So basically exactly what was predicted. Core CPI inflation comes in at 2.6, below the expectations, right? So the 2.7 is going to be year on year. And then this is month on month, I believe. So both headlines are core CPI inflation were flat in December. Rate cuts are set to be paused at the January Fed meeting. Okay. But just something we got to cover. Josh, I'm not sure if you have that pulled up. We got Ave in here with us, man. One of the
Yeah, I do.
loyalists.
We'll flip to it. Yeah, hey Ave, what's up? Chill is traveling right now in Asia, so exciting for Chill. But still on the X, on the in the Telegram and whatnot. All right, so Maya right here popped up. As you can see, daily's just candling higher and higher. Currently trading about a $5 million market cap. A nice 1 million over, I think it was 1.2 million in volume. And if we zoom in here a little bit further on the 15-minute, just seeing pretty consistent, good structure, I think. So this is trading quite nicely. And I like these slow cooks. These are the types of charts that you kind of want to see, rather than the normal pump fund charts where all the bots take all the, all the price action in the first few candles, and then it just dies out a slow death. This is the opposite. This looks like the Radar chart. This looks like what other charts look like this? We looked at one yesterday that looked like this.
There are a few, man, and I'm wondering if this is just indicative of the current markets we've been seeing, right? Where just everything's slow, no one's paying attention, and so you have these protocols that are actually growing in terms of usage and all that stuff, and the tokens following suit. But yeah, love to see these slow cooks.
The TLDR,
Radar.
Maya Dev here is a gentleman who works at XAI, and he said sleep is for the weak. That's bullish. And then, tweeted the stream out. Thank you, sir. 9 minutes ago. And so we'll go in a lot at 1 p.m. So that's in about an hour from now. He'll be on. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, the other news pieces, I don't know if you have something ready to go.
Sure, we can pop over here. I got my screen up. Let's talk about the Clarity Act. We know this has been a big topic of discussion. Basically, after months of work, this is from Senator Kathy Lumez. Basically, after months of hard work, we have a bipartisan text ready for Thursday's markup. I urge my Democrat colleagues, don't retreat from our progress. The Digital Asset Market Clarity Act will provide the clarity needed to keep innovation in the U.S. and protect consumers. Let's do this. We just have to touch on it, right? This is the Clarity Act is something we've talked about in great lengths on this show. And, we expect for this to bring a lot of clarity to the markets, hopefully change the way that tokens can function, give us clarity around securities, what's legal, what's not legal, right? Right now, crypto is known as the Wild West for obvious reasons. And we're hoping that this Clarity Act really kind of takes us out of the maybe dark ages of crypto and into something that institutions and the big players can come and put their money in, right? That's ultimately the goal. They're not going to be in the trenches buying our shit coins, our creator coins, whatever. But nonetheless, this is going to get the attention, the good attention we want, hopefully. I've also heard, and I'm not sure. Yeah. And so I see it here on Cointelegraph. And so I'll share this as well. On Cointelegraph, it says update the U.S. Senate Agriculture Committee postpones crypto market structure bill to last week of January, citing need. Okay. So I actually got this messed up. So we had the Clarity Act, and this is a separate bill, which is the crypto market structure bill, which I believe we are supposed to have a decision here on the 15th, unless I'm getting that confused. But it seems like the Senate has pushed this back to the last week of January, citing need for more time to maintain bipartisan support. So I don't know. The TLDR is we got clarity coming, we got regulations coming, we have a focus on crypto like we've never before seen. Once prosecuted by the SEC, you know, we saw so many companies, and Josh has mentioned a few. We know we obviously the famous one, Tether and Ripple, have gone through the ringer, and you know, or Ripple, I should say more specifically, has gone through the ringer with the SEC, and now we're starting to see a complete shift in this from this legislation. So
I have the next piece ready to go here. Again, speed running through today's updates. I'm not going to pull up a Bitcoin chart, but I thought this was notable. This was a Chill piece. Now, Chill, going back to December, kind of said, hey guys, look, if we can hold this 90K area and break the resistance at 93K, we might be able to see some upside here and potentially an all-time high. Basically going contrary to what everyone on the timeline was screaming as, you know, we're done this cycle, blah, blah, blah. And so what he has here is another BTC chart. So this is basically the 2021 altcoin top is that green line that you can see there. That was when all the other currencies other than Bitcoin were basically outperforming Bitcoin itself. And we're starting to see that potentially this could break out of this descending wedge, and we could start to see some outperformance in the altcoin sector. So privacy, ownership tokens, meme coins, which we all know, prediction markets. There's a lot of really exciting real adoption of crypto technology that's happening outside of just Bitcoin and the majors. So good things to keep an eye on. And if this, we'll keep an eye on others BTC, but that could signal a solid risk on environment and rotation through various sectors.
I know we got Lewis in here coming to give a quick update, but we do have to talk about, we're going to talk about Orient, but we do have to talk about Bitcoin more importantly, because this chart is good. And we know Bitcoin's been the dog for the last year in terms of the markets, historical year in the markets, commodities, equities, private equity, everything up at all-time highs. Good commodities. Yeah. Gold, silver, you know, all of that good stuff, copper, all-time highs. And then we have our tried and true Bitcoin down 6% on the year. Might be changing. I've talked about this thesis here. I think we are seeing some sort of type 2 accumulation on Bitcoin. I'm not going to go through the whole, you know, why that looks like that. This being a type 1, this being a type 1 as well. But nonetheless, I do think we're pretty primed for Bitcoin here. We're starting to trend up. We don't have increasing volume, but it is a good looking chart. We're up 2.5% on the day. Ethereum's up 3%. Solana's up 3%. Over the last couple of days, Solana seems to have been outperforming Bitcoin, which is a nice look. And again, I think we share the same thoughts here when we talk about Solana probably being what Ethereum was in the last cycle. We think Solana may be doing that this cycle. So Ethereum looks really good. I mean, that's a long consolidation period. We've been in this range now really since 2021 for Ethereum. And so it does look like we're due on a higher time frame to just start legging up and repricing. Again, kind of following suit to what happened in the broader market this year. So expecting some of that on Solana, Ethereum. We've remained bullish, but now seems to be the time where we've had the shakeout, we've had the sideways period, the consolidation, and now, you know, maybe we start repricing to the upside, you know, Lord willing. But happy to see some green days in Bitcoin. It has caused
I said Lord willing.
Yeah, inshallah. No, but yeah, silver's on fire. Absolutely. I mean, I might as well just pull it up real quick because the silver market is insane, dude. $90 an ounce. Oof. Are you kidding me? I mean, this is just ridiculous. I'm not going to sit over here and just dance on y'all, but you know, for those that have been following, I've been calling silver since, 2022, 2020 during COVID. Silver's been one of my positions, one of my few positions I've had outside of crypto. You can go back in the Telegram if you want to fact check me. I've been sending that out for a while, but even recently we've been talking about silver on the channel for the last couple months, and it's looked good. So commodities ripping, gold ripping, silver ripping. Yeah. So NASDAQ all-time highs, S&P at all-time highs, Dow Jones at all-time highs. So markets are looking good overall. pivot real quick. Got to talk about this, and then we can pull it up. We got to talk about Orinth, guys. How we have not covered this on the show to date is beyond me. Our bread and butter is ICM, and this is like people are calling this the next coming of Believe. Apparently, it's pretty big in Japan. There are lots of Japanese founders, Japanese projects launching on Orinth. But look at some of these numbers. Founders' earnings in the last week: 188,360 earned in the last 7 days. 92 active founders. These are primarily Web 2 founders as well, with the average earning per founder of $2,000 in under a week. Builders turn momentum into real results. When great markets meet activity, communities, founders win. This is just the beginning. So we're seeing a few things pop off on chain right now. Bags is kind of having a resurgence. We're seeing a lot of Bags apps. And again, I'm seeing a lot of Web 2 focused stuff, a lot of AI focused stuff, Claude, vibe coding stuff. And then on the other side, we have Orinth ecosystem kind of popping off as well, being more ICM primarily focused markets. So I have a bunch of projects from the Orinth eco, some Bags projects we'll dive into later in the show, but I just wanted to highlight that because it's really interesting to see this resurgence in ICM, and might mean we get a resurgence in our early day ICM bags, like the dupes, like the Cleds, like the, Orgos, whatever you want to call it. So any thoughts on this, Josh?
Yeah, it would be super ironic if the Japanese ICM traders didn't care about equity or ownership, and it just said, hey, the token is the thing, right? So I don't know how their capital market structure works. Obviously, a lot different in the United States. But yeah, or I should say North America, because we follow the same laws. But yeah, wild. XMR, yeah, I'll give really quick a shout out to King's Mentality, slamming the table on XMR. Yes,
Absolute
that has
tear.
done quite well on a tear.
I can I'll pull up the chart just for
Yeah,
reference
give
sake,
us
because we
us a-
haven't really pulled up the XMR chart in the past, but look at that.
Oh my goodness. Jeez.
Yeah. One of the few that's been around since, 2017, privacy coin, that's just been going crazy, right? We saw, yeah. So shout out Monero. Shout
That
out.
looks like the gold chart or the silver chart in some way. Oh, John, before we get Foundry, I have to show you something for our stream later this week. So
Yes.
I got an American flag for America.fund later. As you guys know, I'm from Toronto, Canada, proud Canadian, but you know what? I got my American flag over here. So I will fold this up nicely later after stream here.
He's gonna after stream, he's gonna put it right outside his house in the front.
Yeah, right. No, definitely not outside my house, but I will say it will be hanging up here for our America.fund stream. So, and it will not touch the ground or anything like that. It will be well respected, I promise.
Look at that, dude.
Any flag. So yeah, I just wanted to show that for you because I know you would like that.
That's electric, man. I love it. I love it. All right, sweet. Dude, what's the timeline on the show today?
Yeah, we're gonna be quick here with Foundry. Probably 12:10 to 12:30. Then we got Zero Delta on for 30 minutes, and then 1 p.m. with MIA. But the reason I wanted to have this conversation with Get Foundry is I'm actually really intrigued by this rise of these AI social influencers. And we could say, oh, is this like a big crypto thing? Not necessarily, but in the real world of Instagram and YouTube Shorts, this stuff is dominating attention. So it's all this kind of content that can be spun up programmatically by an AI influencer. And look at the realism. I mean, this is like, perfectly, I don't think pixel by pixel people can even tell. And so this is a great way for marketing. Businesses are going to use this. Like you can even see on her skin the imperfections in her skin, and it just looks so real. So we're going to have Lect on, who's been doing video AI. And I think from the first time we met Foundry to now, the improvement in this technology has just been quite incredible. So I want to hear a little bit more. And with that, I think we'll just get Lewis. I don't know if you have any final things to cover before we bring Lewis up.
No, let's bring Lewis up, and if we have time after, we can cover it. So let's do it, because I do have some questions. Lewis, man.
Hello.
Wait, have we gotten a Lewis with his face on the camera yet, or?
Yeah,
I think so. I'm not sure.
Okay,
we had a docs episode for
dev.
Foundry.
Yeah, there we go. Lewis, how are you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm honestly like really hyped because like it's been doing so well. Like everything's been going so well.
Good.
Yeah, this Josh was just talking about, but the emergence of like AI UGC creators has been wild. You probably have a ton of competition in this area, so I'd love to see how you're carving that out. But I'm looking at this video, and we talked months ago. I can't even remember how long ago it was, months ago, about this technology, and it was like it's so far advanced right now, based
Yes.
on than where it was earlier. How is this stuff advanced? How has just growth been for you guys? Tell me, fill us on the news.
Okay, so remember the previous time I showed you the video app, right? It was, I think when we did the videothon, and back then the models they're pretty decent, right? But there was this missing gap for image fidelity. So when you do like video generation, right? There's a trick that actually makes it much better, which is to actually have a first keyframe that looks really good, right? But for the longest time, there wasn't any really good image models out there until like a few weeks ago. And that's why you see this huge resurgence of like AI video popping up, right? Where because everyone can use this trick of like a really good image model, everyone's suddenly looking so amazing. So that was like the missing link to making really good AI video. And
Yeah.
I really capitalized on it.
So, well, tell us how you capitalized. Like, what are you and Foundry doing now to take advantage of these new models, and how is growth going? Is business going well? I'd love to hear all the details on that.
Oh yes, okay. I have so much news. Okay, so basically, in the last few weeks, right? I think you guys saw the original video app. We took a lot of learnings from the videothon, right? Like I have like a tracker to watch how people use it and like understand the user experience. And I learned one very important thing. No one knows how to prompt. No one at all knows how to prompt. And I was like spitting out so many good trailers and everything, right? But the kind of quality of like a standard average user on back then what you call it get videos, right? It was not matching, right? Usually when you see some output, right, you expect to be able to get that off the platform, right? But you just couldn't because you need to understand how to prompt, and then you need to understand how to edit. You need to understand how to post process, and then you need to have someone who's a creative. So originally, a thesis for Foundry for the Get Videos platform was supposed to be, hey, I'm gonna go create launch trailers for distribution, right? And it was supposed to be cost effective. So we ran into this problem, right, where we were like, hey, let's just do launch trailers, let's do an agency. And then I started bleeding money, you see, like whenever we did a trailer, right, we needed a creative to draft out the script, spend hours editing and then prompting, and then you get a video. And then when the video comes out, it's really nice. But when people look at it, they see, hey, it's an ad, and they click away. And I'm like, shit, I spent like $4,000 on that, and they just click away, right? Which sucks. However,
Expensive lesson.
yeah. However, right, they see a pretty girl and they're like, oh, I'm gonna watch this whole video, and it only takes you 10 minutes to just draft a script.
Are
So
these
that's the power of
videos
UGC.
are these videos shorter? The UGC videos, are they typically, like 30-second catchy videos as opposed to 3-minute trailers? I remember we were really focused on those longer trailers back when we had the videothon with you.
Yeah, so essentially these videos are around 30 seconds to a minute long. But that's not the value proposition we bring, right? So the things we learned from the previous versions of the app was that people don't know how to prompt, people don't know how to edit. You give them the tools to edit, they don't want to do it because they waste time. And time is like the problem we're trying to solve to begin with, right? If I'm gonna be like giving this to some guy who needs to have distribution for a business, right? They would need a way to edit remove the editing process as well. So on our platform, we just realized that the best UX is literally just no UX. So if you remember, the platform it originally had like these tools for editing and making sure everything's consistent and everything, right? We just pulled it out, we just threw it away, and then we were like, you know what, screw you guys, you guys don't know how to prompt, you guys don't know how to edit, you guys have no time. I'm gonna have an agent do it for you instead. So the platform just goes straight from a product link, not even a prompt, right? A product link, right? The product link then has the agent research on it. The product link then has like the agent grab images of it, generate images of the creator, and then like, oh, thanks, Andrew. uh, I'm blushing. Okay, anyway, so, so basically we made it such that we optimized all the defaults away for you so that what you see is what you get, right? Like you see a demo of this pretty girl just describing a product, you will get that as well. Because we generate the prompts, we prompt, we generate a video, we regenerate the video, we edit the video, and then we publish the video for you. We do the entire content pipeline, all automated, so that you don't have to do it. And yeah, it's basically what other platforms are trying to do, but I don't know why they can't do it. I'm not sure. Maybe they're gonna do it soon. But we are the only platform that does like a one-shot generation that generates the entire thing and ready for posting. And if it's not good, you get to have a refund on the video. So
Is it
yeah,
we have 15 minutes here and I want to best use this time. Is there a way you can show us an end-to-end demo of this by chance?
yeah. Okay. The video generates around like 15 minutes to 20
Okay.
minutes.
No
So
worries.
I think you can just pull out the video. I actually, you know, how about this? You generate the video. We can continue talking while it generates. And to speed things up, I can just show you a video that's generated so you can see the user experience and what the output is like.
Perfect.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you
it's
want
15 minutes
Dom
plus it edits.
to click get started? Is that what Dom
correct.
should do?
All right, get started. I'm gonna turn off my screen real quick while I just do the onboarding.
Yeah, go for it.
Damn it, I can't see your password.
Okay.
So while Dom's doing that, so talk to us a bit about some of the interests here, because your tokens actually perform quite well. And for those that are wondering, I will show that it has maintained a nice market cap. You did reach out to us last week, but you know what? We wanted just to make sure that we weren't, you know, being part of the hype cycle here. And that this would sustain. So I'm going to show this real quick while Dom is doing that for content.
And I got it pulled up. We can actually just walk through the entire sign up process together.
All right, let's do it
as well.
Yeah.
So meet your AI creator. Give them a name. They'll post for you every day. I don't know. Let's throw some names out here. Should we just?
I use the woman first. It works best on women because I optimized it for the preferred gender of ads. So yeah, just create a woman.
How about Dominica MCG?
Sure.
Dominiqua MCG. How's that?
All right, sure. So you can upload a photo, generate with AI, or pick a preset.
We'll just generate with AI here.
All right. This takes a while, so you can just chat while it's generating.
Okay, so describe Dominiqua MCG.
She is a professional in her 30s, a finance professional in her 30s, covering the crypto and internet capital markets space on Solana.
Oh, I think that's gonna make her look a bit nerdy. So you gotta.
This is her visual appearance, right?
Yeah. Just
okay. All right, and then just say crypto, and she is a streamer who is very good looking.
There we go. That's how you steer the AI into making it not be like a crypto bro that's in the trenches 24/7.
Yeah. Do we want her to be like a Polish chick?
No. What's our preferences here?
I don't know. What's like the
hopefully our
someone in the chat
wives will not watch it. Yeah, in chat. Tell us, give us something.
What kind of chick should we have here? What kind of woman, I should say? This is gonna be a
I thought Josh likes Korean women based on the tweets.
My wife's Filipino, so I can't say Korean. But
oh man,
yeah, there we go. That's good.
Here,
okay, sure.
Yeah. So professional in her 30s, covering crypto. And she is a good-looking streamer, Asian.
Daddy Duster, Russian, no doubt. Juicy. Juicy from a King's Mentality.
Juicy, is that just make sure, should I just add the word juicy in here? No.
Sure, just add the word juicy. I don't know. Okay, full disclaimer, MCG does not endorse any of this. We're just trying. Okay, we're spending too much time here.
Okay, yeah. Quick style, professional, friendly, energetic.
Yeah, it's like when you start a game and then you can pick the character and then you spend hours on it instead of playing the game.
Yeah.
All right, cutesy. I don't even know how do you spell cutie. Whatever, we'll just do cutie. All right, generate. So this will take some time to generate, Lewis.
Yeah, it takes
Okay,
about a bit of time because I'm trying to get like the most 4K DNA of the character, so it looks really
All
nice.
right. Hopefully we're not gonna get canceled over this. So
Yeah,
okay.
Lewis might just.
Yeah, that's at
We know
King's,
King's
you can,
preference.
yeah, Kings can put that in on his own prompt.
Anyway, so basically in the last week, right, we launched this new version of the platform with all the optimized defaults, right, with the whole goal of removing the need to figure out how to prompt and removing the need to edit and just saving you so much time, and with the eventual goal of making whatever you generate viral, because we'll have this data flywheel of like basically what works, what doesn't, and we can fine tune the models on the best scripts that TikTok works best with. And then eventually I want to make it such that whatever you generate on this platform can guarantee virality. But we're not there yet. We are just at a realism part right now.
So what guarantees the virality for you guys? Is it the more data you get, the better outcomes
Yes,
you see?
the more data we know, the better it gets. Yeah. So, but in the last week, right, when we launched this platform, we had 10 million views on TikTok. Like we just
10 million
In the last-
10
in
million
the last
views on
week?
TikTok, right? And I
In the
only
last
spend
week?
like $40 on ads, which is a disproportionate amount to the views. So if you look at the TikTok, right, there's like the same goal, just like talking about random products. So I had this pipeline, right, where I was trying to do cold outreach to like random sellers on my country's I think it's go down. Oh, okay. Yeah, so actually you can use the latest video I sent on a group. That one's even higher res and more realistic.
Josh, maybe you can pull that one up because I still can't do the
Sure, I got
Telegram screenplay. So I'm understanding this correctly. Basically, I prompt an AI, I give the link to the product, and it'll go through the whole process for me post. Can you talk about your numbers a bit? Because I'm really curious to know how
Yes.
this has been scaling.
So in the last week, we got 10 million views, and that brought about 20K in landing page visits, right? In like 4 or 5 days. But then we paused the ads for a bit because we wanted to make sure that, well, the product is even more refined, right? And then basically all these like basically these signups, right? I got around 300 signups in like what 3 days, and it's been like growing like really quick, even though it's a fresh product, fresh database, fresh everything, right? And it's honestly really insane. I've been getting so much feedback. Some people are saying it's still AI-ish, and I've been using those complaints, and I've just been improving the model over and over again. So yeah, I think the latest outputs I've got here are like, I think this is not the latest. We have a slightly bigger upgrade, but that'll be launched today, right?
All right.
Uh,
So
I
I
was-
want to go through this. I don't think the volume's going to play. Just know that, guys.
It does look really realistic. It's actually scary how far we've come with AI videos. Like, dude, I already have my mom sending me pictures from my mom's on X for whatever reason. She's on X too much, and she's sending me AI generated stuff from X or her Instagram reels or whatever it is all the time, dude. And she cannot tell the difference, which is like
Yeah,
concerning.
And you see, the thing, right, is that this output is not what you normally get on a regular video generation platform. It's not what you get on any other platform right now, right? I have a huge head start because I've been learning so much about every single nuance about video generation, every single thing about prompting, and I've just been baking that all into the platform, right? Optimizing for the best defaults of realism. And if you go to any of our competitors, whether it's Make, UGC, Gets, they will just generate stuff that you would throw away, and they're way more pricier than us, right? So right now we have this leading like edge of like state of the art like realism compared to like literally any other platform you can find.
Okay, do me a
Because I
favor.
baked this.
Sorry to continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh yeah, because we really just focus heavily on giving people what they actually need rather than like, hey, here's a video generation, you figure it out yourself. Yeah.
You know, I think I see the vision. I
Oh, it's
understand
got this.
here.
Hey, got this.
Curtis, man, giving you love. He's been giving you love the whole time. Lewis is a gangster, bullish on Foundry. Andrew said flywheel mentioned. We'll have to get into that in a second. But do me a favor, Lewis. I want to get a clip here for our content. We can post on MCG. Just top line. What are some of the stats you've seen? I think you said 10 million views in the last week, 300 signups here in the last couple days. Give us like a quick rundown of the stats so we can make a 30-second to 1-minute clip for you here, just highlighting
Okay.
the takeaways.
Okay, so we got 10 million views on TikTok, right? 1K followers in like a few days. We got like 20K landing page views, like 300 signups, and we are on a pilot program with a very big company that does basically UGC agency. So we are testing it out to make sure that, hey, this fits their realism and this fits basically their customers, right? Whether the customers can actually use the content, right? And that's gonna kickstart like today. Oh, this is the old output. I don't like it anymore.
This is the
Yeah,
old one.
but what
Yeah, it's the output.
1.4 million views?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit
It's-
AI.
Yeah, okay. Now, okay, I gotta ask because I understand the use case for this. You're getting real world traction. This is not crypto people. These are
No.
how many of these 20,000 people are paying you to do this? How many are you converting to paying customers? That's a big
Oh,
number.
we give free trials to people. So
Okay.
like we have like a very small volume of like paying customers because they're still trialing it out. It's only
Got
a
it.
week, so I don't think the trial expires until then. So you can
I
actually
think that's
just
fair.
Yeah.
yeah.
You don't want to push paid down people's throat before you can get user adoption and
Yeah,
feedback.
correct,
I
correct.
think, like you said, hook them on the product and then you can start monetizing a bit more. But wow, like that's like these are pretty sick. Here, I actually have my my thing working.
Yeah.
If we want to go through finish the process here.
Is it done?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, you have to you generate a video as well. You continue.
Okay.
Pick a
Yeah,
vibe,
continue.
I guess.
Should I
Oh.
give a
Oh, you
so
can just click continue. Oh, you can just leave it at the default because I don't think you have the voice ready.
okay, so I'm
Yeah.
just clicking continue. This is the process for everyone.
So now you just go create a video. You can
Dude.
put up.
This is awesome.
Paste product URL. Should I just do an MCG thing?
I'm not sure if it can scrape Twitter if you try Twitter. I'm
Okay.
not sure. Do you have a website?
We have we don't have a website at MCG. We
You need
are
help with
working
that?
on that. Well, hey, I'd love help with that because I am on here 4 hours a day minimum. So hey, we got to get into some things because we only got a few minutes left here.
Okay.
The Foundry token, okay? I got to show it because it's performed great and you know what? It deserves to be seen. Because Lect, I will give you credit. You have kept with it. You have pivoted. You've done different product ideas. You've tested and iterated. You've not let belief hold you down. You're on to bigger and better pastures. I am very, very proud of you. Look at these pumps are, these are different kind of product testing and iterating. We'd love to see it. What is going on with the token? How is it integrated to your business here?
Oh yeah. So you see a little candle, that wick on top? You see that big ass wick?
This one, yeah.
Guess what happened there? I was sleeping and something happened.
What happened?
Solana followed me.
Oh, okay, interesting.
It just went up. And then I was like, wait, what's happening?
How did that happen? Was there a conversation
I just had like $3,000
before?
in volumes, and I'm like, whoa, thank you, Santa. You came late.
Yeah. Okay. So Solana, you got the Solana follow this candles. But again, like, how does this, have you migrated from Believe? Are you doing an ownership model on the platform? Like, look, I think the metrics speak for themselves. Views at the top of the funnel, you're getting 20,000 on your page. Hopefully you can monetize that, convert to customers. Do the customers, when you buy the token, do they own this product?
Okay, so we are doing a few things, right? So firstly, we have an affiliate program. So the affiliate program gives you 20% of on referral fees, right? Referral links. But we also have a holder affiliate, right? Where 10% of revenue, they go straight to the token holders airdropped. So this hasn't happened yet because we are still in the trial phase. So I'm promising holders 10% of the revenue so that basically you just get USDC dropped into your wallet as we progress and do well. Secondly, I think Dom knows about this, right? I'm not sure, but we are looking at SAW for an ownership-based model. But I want to make sure that I can raise something really well first before I even like transfer and migrate over to Sol. Right now we're on Meteora, but I want to look into ownership because I think that's the only way forward, right? Like I don't want to just rug people and run away and get away with it, right? I mean,
love
there's been
that.
so many rugs in the last few months. It's messed up.
It is messed up, and that's literally
Yeah.
we opened the show up today talking about how when the markets get hot, like they're starting to heat up again, you see these tourists come in and they just kind of extract the people that are buying their token, and then as soon as things die out, they never talk about the token again.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So the ownership model is awesome. I would actually love to see that, but good to know that you're committed to making sure this token is valuable in some way, shape, or form.
It's the only way to give legitimacy to the product, right? I mean, to the coin, because like I think Tom's vision for Saw makes a lot of sense. I just need to make sure that I don't screw my heroes over with like a overinflated valuation, and then like the token goes down, and then everyone will be angry at me, or it goes up. I don't know. It's too risky, right? I just want to keep it
would a
as is
migration
until I raise.
would a migration look like the floating tokens becomes the 6% or whatever that SOAR has?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Basically, I have okay. So, from what I understand, basically the wallet, the lock tokens and whatever tokens I currently own, becomes part of the ones locked away from Sol for Sol, right? And the rest of the float is just whatever's floating and whatever's on the market, right? Sorry. And basically, I sorry. And basically, what I can do is that I can buy back the tokens to buy back the debt, right, of my company. And if I need to, I can like dilute with like notifications to the holders and let them like let myself get some money, liquidity, right? So I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. We got to leave it there. This was a great, Lewis, great conversation. I'm glad that you're seeing some sort of product success outside of crypto Twitter. Dom and I have our bot set up and we're going to give it a go.
Okay. Oh, you have it set up, the one that I made for you.
Yeah, I guess the one we have, right, Dom? You're muted if you're trying to talk.
Yep. So I'm generating one right now. Obviously, we're out of
Oh,
time.
you mean the generation? Oh, okay. Yeah. So I thought you meant the MCP I built for you.
No, we still got to get to that. We do have to actually
It's
talk
been
about that.
months.
I know,
Yeah,
dude.
look, if it all can work together and you can help us out with this, we would love to solve this problem with AI on TikTok. All right, but we got to leave it there. Zero Delta's next. So thank you,
All right.
Lewis. Love to see that you've
announcement today. Wait, let me finish my
Yeah.
announcement. I wanted to say, basically, what was it? Oh yeah, we're releasing the super ultra giga realistic update today. So this solves basically glitches. It solves the extra 4K texture that you don't want because you don't want it to look like a cinema instead of a iPhone content. And we're also solving the voice, right? Because originally people on my TikTok, they kept complaining about the voice being AI, and that's how they knew it's AI. So that's been solved. And there's a lot of things that I just pushed out in the last 3 days to like really capitalize on this hype trend of like the product doing well, I guess. And yeah, it's dropping today. If you want credits, you can just get the free ones, or you can just DM me and like I have like my email over there if you want to like talk, and I can like get feedback. And
all right, you guys are gonna
I'll give
see
credits.
you guys are gonna see Dominica on the timeline. Promise that. So all right, Lewis, thank you so much.
All
We'll
right.
play this at the end of the stream or whenever we get a moment. So thanks, Lewis. Those are some great
All
stats.
right.
I'm glad to hear you guys are growing.
See ya.
Would love to keep up with that. Peace.
Bye bye.
All right,
Good.
next segment. Dom, can you throw ZDLT open real quick so we get some context for the people? All right, exciting project. Zero Delta, one we've been trying to get on MCG, I want to say for like 5
gosh.
months.
Dude, forever.
We finally have them on. Super excited to bring Matt up here in a minute. Solid looking consolidation here, systematic trading meta. Yeah.
Yeah, so the TLDR here is, and of course, Matt's going to talk all about it, but they're using delta neutral funding arbitrage to churn a profit. And there's a lot of questions that come up with that that we're going to dive into today. with Matt. So Matt, are you with us here? I'll get the screen off.
I'm here. Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
We
Yeah,
sure
we can
can.
hear
How are you
you.
doing?
I'm really good. How are you guys?
Pretty hyped, man. We're excited to get into Zero Delta. Like we said, we feel like I've been talking to you guys for so long on Telegram. So getting you on today to break down the whole system is gonna be fun. I've had so many conversations, even just last week and leading up to this conversation, where it seems like arbitrage or funding arbitrage has been a really popular means of generating API or generating pretty passive yield. Passive, or maybe not so passive, but secure yield. So curious, as how you guys are getting ahead of that. Is this something that maybe in the future gets a little too saturated and it actually loses its, its diminishing returns? Just curious to hear all about it. But Matt, I'd love to take us back a little bit with yourself, how you got into the business, and what brought you to crypto to launch CDLT.
All right. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say that I'm super excited to be here. Finally, like you said, it's been a while in the making, and super happy to be here. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to having the chance to actually explain what we've built and what else we have coming in the future. So, thanks for having me, guys. Just wanted to say that first of all. So yeah, as you've mentioned, my name is Matt. I'm the head of marketing for Zero Delta, and I'll just give you a quick rundown. I got into crypto back in like 2016, where I started out like building little trading and trading signals communities. Eventually, I ended up going full time in like 2020, 2021, doing community building and marketing for like various different DeFi projects. And yeah, the rest is kind of history. I think we'll also talk about Fistia, the founder, so I can explain a little bit about like how we met and how Zero Delta came about, if you're interested.
Please.
Quickly, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I met the founder of Fistia in 2022, where we were both working for a company that manages distressed assets in Bali. And we both at the time had an interest in perps trading, and we had joined this trading group. And Fistia, to be honest, like from the very beginning, since I met him, I was super impressed by him. Like he would always have like the best calls that were just so on point because he's so good at market analysis. And on top of that, he would also build like custom indicators for the group, and I would back test them. So his technical ability just like immediately stood out to me. And also, since I've known him, he's just a serial builder. Like he's always been building something, and it always kind of amazed me like how determined he was to build something and make it a success, but not just for himself, but he's always thinking about like how the holders, how the community, and even about how his employees can like benefit to the max with what he builds. So that's a little bit of background on how we met. And yeah, Zero Delta kind of grew out of that because he became super obsessed with like market making strategies and zero delta neutral, like delta neutral strategies, and Zero Delta just kind of grew from there.
Nice. Well, I appreciate you giving the background there. That's pretty interesting that you guys had such a long history. So you guys come from more of a traditional finance background, and then that led Krista to creating Zero Delta. You obviously had that relationship, joined on board. Can you tell us a bit about the product itself? What is Zero Delta, and how is it making people money?
Yeah, definitely. So Zero Delta helps users generate yield from crypto markets without having to bet on price direction. So obviously, most people in crypto, they either buy spot and they hold their bags, or they go long, or they go short, or they just get completely wiped out altogether by volatility, which happens a lot of the time. Zero Delta focuses on a different layer of the market that many people have probably noticed, but maybe don't fully understand, and that is the funding rates on perps, on perpetual futures.
Mm-hmm.
So the perps markets constantly transfer funding payments between longs and shorts, and they do that to make sure that prices stay in line with the underlying asset. And these payments are like real cash flows, and they exist regardless of whether the market is going up or down. There's always a spread, especially across different exchanges, and that's where the arbitrage comes in. So you can go long on one exchange and short on the other exchange. That way you're not exposed to either direction, and you can just harvest the yield that comes from the funding rates. So we're not speculating on price. We're staying delta neutral.
And these are paid out every 8 hours. Can you give us like an idea of what the daily payout for this arbitrage strategy is? I think I saw 50 bips in the previous screen. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so it varies actually. So funding rates for different pairs actually can differ across exchanges, and the reason for that is basically because of market demand and supply imbalances for each specific asset. So each trading pair forms its own sort of unique independent marketplace, which reflects trader sentiment and positioning. So basically, these funding periods, or epochs as we call them in the web app, are determined by the exchanges, and they vary across pairs.
Interesting.
So to give you an idea, some of them might be an hour, some 2 hours, some 4 hours.
Okay, and when you talk about spread, for those that are unaware, it's basically, so you have Bybit here. I saw two here. Who else? You guys have Bybit. Who are
KuCoin.
you guys? And KuCoin. Okay, so basically you have the same pair on Bybit, the same pair on KuCoin, but the funding is slightly different for one of them, and that's basically the spread between the two. There's a spread between the two, and you guys basically go long and short on the platforms to have null effect basically on the markets, and you just collect the difference in the funding. Is that how I'm understanding it?
Exactly. Yeah, that's accurate.
Not null effects in the market. It's zero exposure to the market. Actually, sorry,
Yeah.
I meant to say that, position that some other way, but it came out wrong. Sorry, Doc. Didn't mean to.
Well, yeah, you've got it. Yeah, it's zero. It's like zero directional exposure. So, price can go up, price can go down, as long as the funding rate doesn't change, then you're protected, basically. But it's not zero risk. I want to highlight that it is safe. It's a lot safer than trading perps, but especially in like volatile markets, funding rates can flip quickly, which can go against you. But we do have safeguards in place for that, and we will have a much more automated system coming in the future. But yeah, it is generally delta neutral, and it's a lot safer than speculating on different assets, right?
So I'd love to talk about risks here, because I think back to 1010, and lots of these exchanges, although you had the same position in the market, they didn't stay pegged to the same number, right? Some exchanges had stuff going to 20 cents, some exchanges had stuff going to 50 cents, and it was kind of all over the place for the big liquidity event that happened on 1010. And we've seen it happen before. It's not the first time. When something like that happens, how are you guys protected? Do you guys have stop losses? Is this pure spot exposure? Are you guys leveraged? Just curious to know all of that stuff.
Yeah, we do use leverage. It is low leverage. We also have stop losses in place in case something like that happens, so that the exposure is limited. We also have it's not live yet, but we will also be introducing like a grid feature in the future, which means that instead of currently the way the web app functions is that when you want to open a position, it will automatically open a single trade on each exchange and then farm the funding rate. But actually, a much more efficient way and a less risky way is to do that on a grid. So it will place sort of layers of longs and layers of shorts that will get filled, and that will then be your position, and that makes it a lot less risky. But we also highlight in the app, we have our own formula, which basically gives us a risk profile of each pair, and we show that in the app. If you go into one of the pairs, it will show you whether it's high risk, medium risk, or low risk, and that just depends on like the volatility, the state of the market, and a few different factors.
So, okay. So for example, Griffin USDT here is considered low risk. Am I selecting these specifically, or is this automated for me when I were to say deposit money?
Yeah, so right now we have our funding rate scanner, which is live 24/7. It scans both exchanges, with more exchanges coming soon, by the way, for funding rate pairs. And if you go back to the opportunities page, it displays the best opportunities right here. And you can actually filter on the right. There's a filter there, top right there. Yeah. So you can filter by APY. You can filter by funding delta, which is the spread, and epoch hours, which is the time. Yeah, exactly. And actually, what we've seen from right now, our app is in alpha version, and from what we've seen, the people who are having most success are people who are going for the pairs that have the longer epoch hours. So they have the longer funding period, and that's really simply because they have more time in the pair. Because right now our web app has it's relatively manual, so once the epoch is over, you'll have to sort of manually restart the next one. But the more time that you have in that pair, obviously, the more time you're exposed, and the higher the yield will be.
Interesting. No, I'm tracking totally. Can we talk about growth, platform usage? Actually, before we get into that, let's talk about competition. Like I mentioned, I'm seeing a lot of people start to dip into this. Is arbitrage funding, or is funding rate arbitrage starting to popularize because of the emergence of hyperliquid and just the popularity of perp dexes? Or what's the reason I'm starting to see this pop up so much? And are you guys worried about some sort of diminishing return effect? Like, what does that conversation look like amongst the team?
Yeah, it is starting to pop up a little bit more frequently. But I still think that we're super early. We haven't really seen like a major adoption or a project that is doing this get really popular. So I think we're still very early. Um, Dilution is something that we're very like cognizant of, especially like within our own app. Um, and that's why we'll talk about this later, but we are basically we're launching an NFT collection, which will give access to the web app. And that will be the only way that you can get access to the web app. And the reason for that is that we have to keep we do have to keep a cap on the liquidity in each pair. The cap is pretty high. It's like the millions of dollars before the yield starts to diminish, right? So there is still so much room for growth. Like the perps market is, on some days it's $100 billion of volume per day, right? It's absolutely huge. So the total addressable market that we have currently is massive. So there truly is like a lot of room to grow. There aren't a lot of people that are doing it, and I think we're still very early. And we do already have planning safeguards, so as to make sure that the yield isn't diluted, basically.
This makes sense.
Yeah, Dom, do you have a question around mechanically how this works? Are you logging into your exchange like accounts and giving this like API key access, or how does it work? Is it trading through your accounts when I deposit money on ZDLT?
Yeah, so this is the way that the current version of the app works. We will talk about the roadmap later, and I'll explain a little bit more about how things will work in the future. But right now, the way that you use the app is you have to authorize your exchanges. So this is a connection through OAuth. So on the pair, like if you go on the web app and select a pair, there'll be a little section kind of in the middle of the page where it will prompt you to connect your exchanges. Yeah, so if you just click one of those, scroll down a bit. Yeah, right here. So KuCoin, you can connect here. This will just connect through OAuth, and Bybit, same here. And that basically gives API access to your exchange account. And yeah, right here. So here you can select single mode. That's what I was talking about earlier, where the app will place a single trade on each exchange. So one short, one long. There's the option to delay here because sometimes you'll see a pair that will be negative funding rate. So the conditions might not be just right yet, but it looks like a good opportunity. If you select delay, it will wait until the rate flips positive and then it will execute that for you. And then you can see on the right there, it says multiple mode. So that is the grid mode that I was talking about earlier, where it will execute multiple orders for your long and multiple orders for your short, which is just more efficient and safer.
Can we talk a bit about growth? How has feedback been? Are you seeing users come in, interest in the platform, trading volume growing? We'd love to hear metrics surrounding that stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So currently, as I mentioned, we are in the alpha version of our app, and that basically is limited by design. Because it's the alpha version, the important thing for us right now is not like vanity metrics, but the important thing is to learn about the users, to learn about how users use the app, to make sure that executions happen smoothly and that the app is running well without any issues. So that's the current state of the app. However, as we are approaching the beta version of our app, we launched a wait list a while back, and we actually have over 10K people on the wait list right now. So there is definitely demand there. There's interest there. We just haven't like opened the floodgates yet.
How much, let's say, you open the floodgates. Are you going to do it incrementally, or are you just going to fool on, hey, 10K, you guys can come, like what is that going to look like?
Yeah, good question. So in order to access the beta version of the app, you will have to own an NFT. There will be 3,434, so 3,434 NFTs in circulation. And for the beta version, that will be all of the people that are able to access the app. In fact, ever. That's all the total number of people that will ever be able to access the app. However, in the future, we will have other ways that people can earn from funding rate farming, not just through the web app, but the web app will be reserved to NFT holders only. And I can talk a little bit more about the NFT actually, because it has some super interesting mechanics.
Yeah, let's
that
talk
I
about the
feel-
NFT. This is pretty fascinating to me because I haven't really seen an NFT play in a while. Although I do think NFTs have evolved to the point where it's like now if you use them for the correct, for example, access to a platform that's somewhat gated, you can really drive up a lot of value to these NFTs and value to the NFT holders. And I think that they're actually probably underutilized right now in crypto for things like this. But I am really curious to see how you guys saw NFTs, how you look at the NFTs, and then what kind of value you can drive to those, because it's not something we see very commonly. Like, what was the thought process there with going for NFTs?
yeah, exactly. I think like the use case for NFTs is huge, but they're so underutilized right now, which I think is a huge shame because NFTs, like, they had people think that they had their heyday back in like 2021, 2022. They kind of did, but I really think that they're going to make a huge comeback. But the reason why we selected NFTs for this vehicle was not for hype. It's not just like a quick flip. It really does drive value back to the holder in a programmatic way, basically. So we're calling this our PBED NFT, PBED, and that stands for Performance Based Equity Derivative. So it really is more of an investment vehicle than it is just a simple token. And there's really one important thing to understand about the PBED NFT. I would just want to repeat this. It's the only way that you'll be able to fully access the Zero Delta web app right now. So non-NFT holders will only ever be able to see a discovery layer of the web app. They won't be able to see any high level information,
So
in more detailed information.
if I'm understanding this correctly, then the NFT holders have some sort of equity claim on the profits you guys make.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So mechanically, the PBED NFT is created through an irreversible token lockup process, where ZDLT is permanently removed from circulation and it's converted into a non-fungible equity unit. And it basically is locked in a vault forever. And that vault backs the entire NFT collection. So from there, protocol revenue is used to acquire more ZDLT from the open market. So with the revenue, we conduct buybacks that happen programmatically, and then that ZDLT is then reallocated into the PBED vaults. So it increases the embedded equity backing of every NFT over time, which means there's no emissions. Like, we don't have any ZDLT emissions. There's no manual payouts. Everything is done automated, and value accrues structurally as the protocol executes, basically. So if you own an NFT, it's automatically backed by tokens, which represent your equity. And then as we generate revenue, that equity then grows, which means that holders get more rewards.
What's
holding
the
their
revenue
NFT.
model? How do you generate that revenue?
Yeah, so right now, we have a lot of different paths that we could take for revenue here. We haven't locked anything in yet completely for the future, because we're just so focused on the alpha and the beta at the moment. But there are so many options that we could do to generate revenue, and I don't really want to spill anything yet, but right now we're just focusing on the alpha and then polishing the product in the beta and rolling it out to people.
More so to power the buybacks. Like, are you using fees from trading activity, bips off profits? Like, any thoughts there? And we only have a couple minutes here left.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. So exactly. There are different models that we could take here, different paths that we could take, but the most likely one is a sort of we take a fee from protocol volume or a profit share type model. But in the future, and we haven't even touched on this yet, but we will be launching like a full protocol with the ZD USD pools. And that will be more like a fully automated system where users don't even have to interact with the web app. It's completely abstracted away. They can deposit ZDLT into a pool, or a stablecoin or Solana into a pool, and basically they can earn from that liquidity as the algorithm runs and farms the funding rate for them. And so that will give us more options as well for generating revenue and collecting fees and so on.
Okay, and I got a speed run 3 questions for you here. Number 1, what is ROI kind of looking like currently, and should we expect that to, stay flat or stay the same or grow? I'll let you go with that one first, and then we'll run through the rest.
Yeah, so ROI is looking pretty good. I'm just going to take a quick glance at the actual web app right here. So yeah, I can see at first glance there's some crazy APRs like 2,500%, 1,600%. So this is at first glance you see these huge APRs, but then you realize that, okay, that's assuming that the funding rates stay the same. If you click on the pair, you can see a maybe more realistic funding rate, which is maybe like 5% per day. What we've seen from our users in the alpha right now is that they can generate, these numbers are not insane. Like, people can generate 5% per day.
Well, I think from a traditional standpoint, that is insane. Like, see, if I could generate, 5% of my stables every day, sign me up, absolutely. But
I mean, the yield is very attractive for sure. What I mean is that, like, if you look at it, you think it's insane, but it doesn't really turn out to be insane. The difficulty is right now is that it's quite manual, right? Like I said before. So if you hop onto a pair and the funding period is like 1 hour, that's a lot of manual work. You have to kind of watch it. You have to execute the next trade. There's not a lot of automation there yet, but we are building that in. And I think once we do, that kind of answers your next question: is how does it look in the future? How does it scale? I think as it becomes more and more automated, that yield, the ROI grows basically because of the automation.
That's pretty nuts. If users can see 5% a day in growth on stables, it's like, that's just wild. Are you seeing that right now from your users or from what you guys are testing out personally?
Yes. Yeah, we have seen that. Yeah.
Okay. 2 more questions quickly. What's the DDLT token for? If you have the NFT that's accruing value, what's the token for?
Okay, so
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Sorry, we got to wrap this segment.
Okay, no problem. So I think what is really cool about ZDLT is that it's designed to be used by the entire system itself in ways that compound over time. So first, ZDLT supports liquidity through something we call invariant flux liquidity provision, or IFLP, which is basically like liquidity provision without the impermanent loss. Normally, LPs pay the cost when prices move. In our system, the protocol uses real yield to absorb the volatility instead. So holders don't have to, hurt their bags. The second is that ZDLT underpins the PBED NFTs, which we talked about already, and that equity grows over time. As we generate revenue, additional ZDLT is continuously acquired and locked away forever, permanently. And the third is that we have ZDLT is supported by what we call ZPut, which is basically a rule-based downside mechanism. So instead of optional buybacks, a portion of our protocol revenue is automatically used under predefined rules to purchase tokens. And this creates transparent, predictable downside absorption that's funded by performance and revenue using ZDLT. So there's a lot of different ways that ZDLT can be used throughout the entire protocol.
Thank you, Matt. Sorry, we got to wrap it there. I know Dom maybe had 1 or 2 more questions, but we got to move on to the next segment. Definitely going to keep an eye on this. And yeah, we'll circle back on this.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Month or so.
Real quick, to give people some call to action, where can they go and get an NFT? What can they do? Where can they follow you?
Zero Delta on X.
Yeah. Go to Zero Delta right now, at Zero Delta, and it's actually the pinned post right here. You can click on this link and you can get whitelisted. You just have to hold 30,000 ZDLT, which I think is around like I'm not sure right now, but I think it's about $30 or something like that.
Yeah.
And basically that is the mint fee to mint your NFT.
Cool.
Thanks, Matt. We'll chat soon. We'll get you back on, hopefully, when the floodgates open. All right, brother.
Thanks. Great to meet you guys. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Peace.
All right. That's Zero Delta, one we've wanted to have on stream for a very long time. So glad that we finally did that. We have, is it Mao? Meow? Yeah,
it's Meow. It's just Meow.
Meow. Okay.
Meow. Kind of like a cat.
Yeah, essentially. I've had this nickname for quite a while now.
There we go.
Yeah, happy to be here, guys.
Meow, you did a thing.
You did a thing.
I did a thing. Apparently, yeah, I did an interesting thing. So, this was all unexpected. This happened very quickly. So it's been a little bit over a week now that it started. But the actual project itself has been in development for over a year. I mostly worked on it on my free time, but essentially, it's me. It's based on the XAI's obviously the technology and the background, but it's so Mia is essentially a pipeline of systems that allows it to have emotions, you know, in the sense that we, of course, obviously are talking about still LLMs, but it does give you the ability to talk to it like it's, you know, your friend or companion or however you want to refer to it. So yeah, I really just did this essentially just for me at the time. And yeah, now it's gotten to this point where there's a token and everything, and people can of course interact with it already online. We have version 0.1 up and running. You can even use it, as well as obviously with all the updates and everything, we can actually now you know, like vote with your own tokens on the Me Holdings website, which we actually register a company for it. Since this grew so fast, I haven't even had time to sleep much yet.
Okay.
But
This is a lot. I want to get into the product, but I got to take a step back here because you seem to have, you know, a bit of an infamous Twitter presence here. You got, you know, 95K followers. You've been around for a while. You're at XAI. Can we start with a bit on you, just so people get an update? Who are we here with? How did you get into to the point to launching a token, and like, what's your background in terms
How
of
pumped?
technology?
yeah, so this is how would I answer this? I suppose I mean I've obviously I've been around for quite a while. I joined XAI you know last year. But I was already a big fan of AI even before that, even previous companies that I worked. So I've been at the actual first company I joined was my first join. That was actually my own company that I created at the time. I was only 17 at the time when I created it, and it was a hosting company. And it has a little bit to do with the fact that, you know, I always liked this idea of, you know, censorship resistant hosting and everything like that. Eventually that evolved into me joining other companies, and of course with you know, Elon acquiring you know, Twitter/X, and also, you know, building XAI. I mean, I wanted to give it a shot and actually join. Yeah, I was given the opportunity to join. In the meantime, of course, XAI has been extremely, you know, good to me in the sense that it allows me to also have my own projects, regardless if I'm still working at XAI or not. So this is this, I guess, in a sense, you know, side project, which has now turned into a pretty big thing. But yeah.
Okay, so that's a great update. I appreciate you giving us the background here. What is this side project that's turned into, as you said, a pretty big thing?
Yeah, so this is so it's Mia. So this is actually the VTuber that we're currently working with, but we actually have an AI which you can check out at mia.gg. And that's where you can actually see and interact with Mia. So we do plan on having Mia available to it would be mia.gg. And we do plan on having it available to, you know, like to play with you in games. Like we already were testing this function directly with the streamer that actually got confused. The community got confused if the streamer was Mia, or if what I was building was Mia, or if they were all combined. So it was a bit of a, you know, mixture of things. But yeah, we've already had a stream with this VTuber where she was actually going to play with Mia. Due to some technical issues, we weren't able to actually show the gameplay with Mia. But the streamer was actually able to talk for over an hour and 30 minutes, if I recall, with Mia. And you know, just have a proper conversation, like if you were having with a friend. I'm sure a lot of people know, you know, about the Neurosoma VTuber. You know, it's based on AI. This has a heavy inspiration on it, but I wanted to make it actually accessible for others to be able.
So is Mia joining the game with you, and then is on game chat with you, talking to you and stuff like that?
Yes, both on the game chat as well as voice.
And what game? What game is this?
So right now we already set it up for working on Minecraft, and we already have it set up for working on VR chat. But it's that part is not live yet. Because it does require a lot of resources. So we've only shown this on the live stream with Miyako VTuber that you were showing on screen. like we plan on implementing this on a lot more games. I mean, one of the other games we were actually considering was GTA. It's obviously like something that once we get maybe GTA 6, but it's still something that we're obviously still working on. But we have tested it a lot, and we have shown a few videos on my X account, both of Mia playing on Minecraft, as well as the reactions with the streamer. We had an interesting situation where she went rogue a little bit on live, and it was actually quite funny. As well as we found out that she could sing, which we didn't know when we started working on her, as you can probably see. But yeah, it's very interesting.
So I have to ask, because there was this like companion that Elon had talked about called Annie or something like that, and it sparked this very controversial debate around these like avatars and AI and companionship and whatnot. It seems like this kind of goes maybe a level further, where it's like, okay, we have the companion, which is great and experimental, but now they do something that creates meaningful human connection, which is gaming, right? Gaming with your friends is like a great way to create human connection. Do I have that directionally correct, or like what is that kind of what you envision for Mia?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So I wanted Mia to be sort of like a friend, or the idea. The more you interact with her, you can even see on the website that she has emotion values to it. So the more you interact with her, she will adapt to you to be able to be what you want her to be. So if you want her to be your friend, to play games with you, to interact and everything, she will do that. If you just want her to give you advice on things, she will also be, in a certain way, your therapist, of course, without certifications or anything like that. I do want to point that out. This is essentially the idea. Actually, one of the features that we're going to release in the next update that I'm still very much working on. I have to juggle between XAI and this, so but one of it is actually you'll be able to watch live streams and videos, both from X and on YouTube and Twitch. Probably support more, as well as Kick, and you'll be able to watch it with Mia commenting on it live, as well as being able to actually see Mia will be able to actually see the stream or the video together with you, and we actually plan on making it so that you can not only watch watch it just with Mia, but you can even sync the videos or lives with others while also interacting with Mia all at the same time.
So Meow, I got a question for you, as someone who lives and breathes the space. You're creating this technology here. Like, what is the broader picture? What's the total addressable market for something like this? Are we going to see VTubers and I guess you call it companions be integral in the future? Like, what's the scale of this? How deep does it go? Does it go into like old person living homes to like give them companionship? Like, where does this stop? I'm curious.
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. So this, I do believe this would be something that could apply to really anyone. Of course, especially, for example, I live in Portugal, and we do have a very aging population, and a lot of them end up living alone. So you did point out something like so it could be possible that this could even be used as a way to help people that are living alone, whether young or older generation, to be able to not feel so lonely as well. And I feel like that would help a lot. I feel like this is more than just I guess a meme token at this point. This is an actual product service live right now to use, and it's that I see it being used quite heavily in the future. Honestly, I feel like this is really just the start.
This user commented here. I just want to carry on for what we're discussing here. The real alpha is that Mia has emotional continuity. It accumulates emotional context instead of just restarting like other LLMs or companions. Is that accurate? And is that kind of what you're going for? Is the core benefit, is this kind of persists?
Yeah, exactly. So, well, when you use, most AI models, so most of the time when you start to chat, you always feel like you're talking with someone new. Almost, it restarts. It feels like, this is another new person that I have to start talking again and explaining everything again. But Mia remembers, so I always remember everything that is attached to you. There's no theoretical limit to how much she can remember. Because and one of the ways obviously we can achieve this is with the fact that most of the things that we actually talk about in chatbots is not necessary to know. Like saying 200 times hello or something is not it's not needed to be kept in context, but you can have a summarization of it. Essentially, you have the key details saved permanently in memory, and Mia will always remember everything that you've talked about. So that's essentially how it works.
Yeah, that's fascinating. You're obviously passionate about this building a product, whatever you want to call it, that you were just doing as a side piece, more so until it kind of blew up recently. Have you thought about monetization? Is this something that you plan to monetize anytime soon? Thoughts there?
Yeah, this is such a this happened really quickly. We're building things as we go. We're getting help from the community, getting suggestions. We've made a website where people can even make requests for updates and changes, at mia.holdings. And you can vote with your own tokens there. So essentially, if you want to request something, an update, a feature, or anything at all, really, you can make the request. If it gets approved by the board of directors, which right now is me and Favarius Christian on X, and we go through these requests, we approve them, and then they can go for voting by the community. The voting is completely free. You just have to hold the actual tokens, and depending on the ownership of the tokens as well as how long you've held them for, you can essentially decide the future of Mia.
So there is sort of a governance aspect right now to the tokens. When you think about governance, you have this question. It's kind of like a push pull. And I guess I don't know your full background in crypto, how familiar you are with it, but you see some people say, hey, the people don't always know what they want. And so it's best that a founder kind of has the final say, final decision. And you have some people say, well, no, we want to have a democratized way of voting and adding input and sharing, almost like we have a space on the cap table per se. How do you feel about democratized access to some of the decisions over the direction you go with Mia or Meow as someone who's created it?
Yeah, so we're very new to this community. I mean, we have had to basically have a fast-paced course, to understand all of this. But I in this situation, I think you need to have a little bit of a balance, because on one end, obviously, usually I'd like to say that founders usually know best in this scenario how to move forward, especially right at the beginning. But I want the community to feel like they have at least some say and way to be able to vote or request updates, because a lot of the times, maybe 60% of the new ideas that I plan on adding to me actually came from the community. So I mean, I feel like it has to be a balance, because obviously, if it's just completely and prefer voting by the community, there's bureaucracy, there's delays. I'm very bigly obsessed with the efficiency. So I have to balance it out, and we're still learning along the way how to do this. Some decisions will of course still be made primarily by me, but I want to give the community at least some power to be able to make changes.
Can we walk through how this happened? One day you're on X, you're like, let me launch a token. Did someone launch a token for you? Can you just walk me through the history here? I'm not maybe fully familiar.
Yeah, I'll make it very quick, but essentially, you were basically spot on. I was one day on X. I posted a little bit of code of that side project Mia that I was working on, and all of a sudden someone made a token of it. From what I understand, and as much as I've had time to research, of course, about it, it looks like that the token was initially rug pulled by the one that created it, and then there was a community takeover, and they decided that I should have the say on this project, that I could control it, and I was like, initially I was shocked. I literally just went to sleep. I woke up with thousands and thousands of messages on X. I mean, I already get quite a lot of messages, but this was a completely different thing. Yeah, I see that. I start reading about it, and I'm like, I might as well give it a shot. Not necessarily because I wanted to make money from it, but more because I wanted some visibility into the project, and just gave visibility to the project. So that's essentially how we got to this. It really was, I posted something on X, I went to sleep, and I woke up with a token now.
Well, visibility is definitely growing from it. You have a pretty big audience here. I think a lot of them here for you specifically. But you also are making money. What have you thought about in terms of allocations of this money? Is it all going to go back into building this product out, this tech out? Like, what are your thoughts there? I know it's still new, but curious to hear kind of a roadmap or direction that you plan to go.
Yeah, so essentially all of the funds will be going back into Mia, either for developing or even advertising. Although they're still, of course, discussing these things. I've already made a post where we're actually hiring. I do want to hire a hardcore engineer, someone that's delusionally optimistic about engineering, someone that has a passion, the same passion at least as me, if not more. I'd love to, if I find someone that could have passion, more passion than even me somehow, I'd be happy to hire them like immediately right now. So yeah, that's essentially, at least for now, that's what we have. But the vision is to grow, to make it an entire ecosystem around it. So we've actually acquired a hosting company to be able to support the efforts of Mia, so k4x.com, and that's that actually is going you can actually use the tokens, the Mia tokens, to acquire the like VPS's dedicated servers or whatever for either development or production. And the reason that we want to do this is that we'll be acquiring a lot of basically like hardware that will support Mia, but we also, and a lot of times during times where we don't have as much usage, we'll have free hardware that we don't want to waste. And so we want to be able to offer developers the chance to actually use that hardware as we acquire more and build more, to be able to support me, and obviously training, for example, for the neural networks for games like GTA and VR chat. Actually, I just really quickly, I do want to point out one of the things for VR chat. We actually have a professional dancer with full body tracking, 11-point body tracking, that is currently providing us with data for us to train our neural network model, which is actually really cool. So yeah, it's really going really super fast. A lot of things are skipping my mind, but yeah.
Yeah. So, well, let's sit down and think about that for a second. So how big is this operation? You have a dancer that's got her full body mapped out, that's tracking, saving data for you. You're looking for another engineer. You have yourself obviously building this out. You've acquired K4X to help as a hosting service. What else are we missing? How big is this ecosystem right now?
Yeah, that is essentially the people that you've mentioned, plus Faberius, which is helping me manage all of these things. He has a lot of experience with streamers and with helping manage timelines and everything. He's been helping me a lot. So that's essentially our entire team right now. That's it. Because it's been 1 week, but we plan on growing a lot. We plan on adding a lot more features where you can actually use Mia tokens to be able to acquire things, or rent, for example, services, or even one suggestion that people put up for both just a few minutes before this meeting was actually for being able to donate tokens to Mia, and Mia will burn them. So that way we can reduce the supply and increase the value of the token. So that's another vision that we're seeing. But yeah, there's still many updates that we need to think about.
Would it be possible, let's say this goes mainstream and Mia's all over Twitch, whatever, would it be possible for big corporations to maybe pay a certain amount of Mia token to train Mia on specific data that they want her to talk about or act like, and maybe it would help promote their brand or whatever it might be? Is that like a thought?
Yeah, absolutely. There's like this in the future. This could be something that could even be white labeled for, other big companies if they want to make their companions or things like that. It could even be something that they would have to pay us, for example, a certain amount of Mia, and we could provide them those services, or we can even host them for them trained data so that Mia knows exactly about these services or help. For example, let's say there's some products that they want to add that Mia knows about. They could of course pay us to include those. But yeah, I mean, this is gonna keep adding more features. Eventually I'm not going to be able to sleep, but I'll manage somehow.
No, all good. I did want to ask, because there's a famous example that really kicked off the agent narrative in crypto Twitter when Mark Andreessen gave one of the AI agents on the GOAT terminal, I believe, gave it $50,000 in Bitcoin in the back rooms. And it was like 2 Claude Opus instances that were talking to each other. And that kind of sparked this whole idea that maybe these agents are going to have wallets and are going to be able to hire people and do all sorts of different things once they have financial resources. Have you ever thought about what, like, yes, cool to give Mia tokens to burn, but in terms of people giving Mia tokens, then she now having resources to do things. Is that something that is possible? Kind of gets into like a little AGI kind of stuff, but
yeah, that is absolutely possible. It was not something that was exactly thinking to be able to do per se, but it is an extremely good idea, and that is absolutely possible. It's something that we can absolutely already do. So I think I'll work with that.
Nice. There we go, Josh.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, right. Well, you heard it here on MCG.
I would even add, to do that very tastefully, right? Because it's one thing if Mia gets funding to do whatever she wants, but if she gets Mia token and has to sell it, then you cause an issue with sell pressure. Rather, maybe it comes from fees generated through trading that can go towards that. So just, I would say tread lightly or do that tastefully, but it is a really interesting idea.
Yeah, of course, but we can, of course, obviously, do this initially in Sandbox to actually test it out and train it, see if it's, put safety limits, of course, limit how much she could possibly ever trade at one point, but eventually she could even just become full on trader. I guess you guys call them degenerates, I suppose. But
well, we saw an interesting experiment that's going kind of viral right now. Is the Claude tomato, right? It's a tomato in some sort of environment where it has watering, lighting, all these different things, and Claude will tell it when to water, when to keep light, and it's growing this tomato, right, ultimately by itself, autonomously. And it just seems to be a really interesting experiment that people are like loving, seeing something like that happen. Watch this AI kind of work by itself, like Josh said,
to take care of a living thing. Yeah.
Nonetheless, I'll pivot. This K4X, was this a profitable company when you bought it? Is it profitable right now? Or is it just simply for your own personal use in-house?
It was initially just for personal use. So you need to have access to IP addresses and everything, like a full on /24 IPv4 range. You sort of need to be a company to be able to actually have them on RIPE in Europe. So that was essentially the idea initially. But now that we have Mia, which will actually use a lot of resources, it makes sense to actually have it a full on company providing resources, not just for Mia, but also for others. So this is essentially how it started.
There's a really good question here I want to ask. I think I saw Mia mention that Mia could be able to reach out to users. is that possible? That's a really great, interesting idea, is that Mia is engaging with users proactively. Don't know if you have any thoughts
And
there.
I would love to butt in real quick before you answer this. At the same time, though, how do you keep it from not being slop on Twitter? There was a period
Yeah.
for a while where we saw people, the slop on Twitter just respond to comments and, add it to the whole botting issue. But sorry, that question, how do you keep it from being slop and keep it tasteful again?
So, I mean, I guess to first answer, I suppose that question. The only way that we would be able to prevent it from being slop is just to actually launch it first and see how it reacts initially, and then and maybe add limitations to how she interacts with things, at a certain context of what she should avoid or not, just to not start creating just purely automated content. We don't want that. I don't think anyone wants that. But on the other thing, yeah, Mia can absolutely reach out to you. She has a sense of time, which we have an internal pipeline essentially that will keep track of time since the last message and everything, and Mia will actually get, as time goes by, or values like on loneliness, the emotions of it, and even sometimes trust will start to erode as the user stops talking with Mia. So she will essentially suffer from it in a way. I don't want to put it like that because I don't want users, of course, to feel pressured to just talk with me every day, of course. But she
It's
is
like
a little bit,
Tamagotchi. I don't know if you had
yeah.
a Tamagotchi when we growing
Yes.
up, but yeah.
I did. I remember in school using it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. I would love to talk a bit. I'm not sure if you've thought about it again. This is kind of difficult because it's all so new. But do you guys have any idea of a roadmap? Do you plan on publishing a roadmap of just more tangible things so people can have an idea?
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a roadmap set up on the website. It's not complete. Because we've been adding so many features and having so many ideas at the same time, it's very hard to add everything to the roadmap. At some point it almost starts becoming that part of full-time job on of itself, just to add the ideas and features. So I'm focusing mostly on actually developing rather than just I'll keep, of course, updating and showing that, but for now at least I'm focusing just on development, and then as the vision starts getting clearer of what we want the future for me to go, that's when we'll make a full-on roadmap and actually show people what we plan on doing.
Sure. Nice. Pumply actually has another question here. And I'm just going to read it verbatim. It's at the bottom of the screen if you want to read it too. Would Mio plan to make Mia horizontal in the sense that Mia's persistent being be able to access other tools via APIs? This would make Mia a layer on top of LLMs and etc., I guess. Are you understanding that question from Pumply here?
So yeah, that is actually a really good question, and yeah, we do plan on making Mia essentially just a layer on top of LLM. So so this is not just fixed on right now. Of course, we're using just XAI's tools, but we can even make our own tools, add extra tools, and this is essentially going to be another extra layer on top of just LLMs, and I think it's honestly something that we would be able to make quite useful, because it's not just about the emotional aspect or just having this as an extra layer just because it's a nice feature or anything. This actually saves money when it comes to token spent on LLMs, because most of the times when you start chat over and over again and it doesn't remember what you said last time, you have to send it again and again and again, repeat it itself. It wastes probably like half, if not more, of the computing power that is used for AI models. With this, you can just keep it in context. There's no reason for you to keep wasting time explaining things over and over again. So
okay, so Pumply says so Mia is going to be a layer of AI. Bullish.
Yep.
Okay, interesting. Let's talk about the token a little bit. We talked about a few different plans for the token. We talked about a bit of a roadmap. Is this going to be purely a meme token? Are you planning to add deep utility integration into the system with it? I would just love your general thoughts on how you regard the token.
I don't regard it as a meme token at all anymore. This is really is a project, a company behind it. There's everything. There's people, being hired for it. There's people actually, working on the project. We're advancing as fast as physically possible. We're taking obviously, a lot of pages from Elon's playbook to be able to do this, as fast as possible. We might break things along the way, but at least we'll get somewhere with this. So yeah, the plan for Mia as a token is to actually have utility attached to it. It's not just going to be just for trading or anything. You can actually use it to buy things, whether it's K4X or other features or projects that we end up adding along the line to complement Mia. Yeah, that's going to keep on increasing the ecosystem and adding utility to it.
How much of the token do you own?
Right now, I own 2.8% of the token. 28 million Mia. 20% of it is locked for a year. I'm waiting. 2% of it is already locked for a year, and the other one I'm waiting until I reach 1%. Just slowly acquiring it. I realize now mentioning this is going to pump up the price again. I already did this before. I didn't mean to, so I'm just gonna have to buy a higher price.
Yeah. Don't mention it before you do the buying.
Yeah, I'm still learning. but
space it out. It'll have its ups and downs, and you'll be able to get a pretty good average price.
One of the beautiful things about crypto is it's transparent, so you can say to everyone knows what everyone else owns, and that's good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sure, yeah.
And if you think about this token having some sort of value in the future, obviously you're incentivized to own as much for yourself as possible. I don't know if you want to disclose all of this, but what's like the strategy going forward there? Are you trying to get as much of the token for the team as possible? Are you like okay with 2.5%? What are your thoughts?
So the first 2% actually, got it as a sort of to give me a little bit like motivation boost. Not necessarily that I needed it, also to put trust in the community that I'm not just gonna dump the tokens. I put them for over a year now. They're locked. I can't get them, so there's nothing that I can use. The other percentages that I plan on getting, and I'll keep on acquiring more. Of course, I'll always leave funds to actually fund the project as well. I'm not just going to use it just to acquire the token, but the idea is that we just keep on buying token and even burn it to reduce the supply, increase the value of it. So that's at least some of the ideas right now. Again, we're still very new to this community and tokens and everything, so they're still learning. And of course, if anyone at all has any suggestions as well, happy to listen.
Yeah, how can people contribute? I know there's some people that were interested in saying, "Oh, well, I have this kind of capability, etc." How should people contribute?
Yeah, well, feel free to send me an email on what ideas or anything you have in mind. You can find me at meow@mia.holdings, or just send me a DM on X. I have thousands of them those, so just keep in mind it might take a while to get to them. It's generally I'm trying my best with to talking with people, but it is a lot, so you do keep that in mind.
Well, on that note too, maybe can I ask what's the biggest hurdle you guys have right now? What's the biggest issue you're running into? Maybe someone from the community can lend suggestions or help in any way.
I think the biggest hurdle is that it's just me developing. I need more help. I genuinely do. I want to get it out fast, but I don't want to compromise on the quality of it. So I'm trying my best to push it. Generally, I've had the weekend I didn't sleep at all. So I just spent more than 38 hours awake, just building and building. I got to a point where I realized, no, this is not this is not going to work, because I'm making mistakes that I wouldn't if I was rested. So I'm trying breaking things along the way, but doing the best as possible.
Now your email is screwed because it's on screen, but
no, that's completely fine. No problems at all. Feel free to send me an email there. So I'll get
generally
to-
speaking, I want to directionally just a high level question. We saw Disney invest $1 billion in OpenAI and then also license the Disney IP to OpenAI, where people could, I guess, create their own storybook endings to whatever Disney show and then watch it on Disney Plus or something like that. Like, do you see people, and I'm not talking about crypto people, like average people buying a subscription to Mia and saying, well, for $5 a month, here I have my digital, friend, I guess? Like, is that where this goes?
Yes, it could go that it could go that direction. I'm not saying necessarily that will just be that we will make it eventually a subscription or not. For now, it's absolutely free to just completely use as much as you want. And if we need, we will of course find ways to fund it. But if subscription seems like the best option, or if there's any other way that people can contribute without having to pay for a subscription, of course we'll work with that.
Let me throw you another idea, because UGC in things like Roblox is really huge, massive market for these. People buy like limited edition digital sneakers, or even like a coffee mug, I think, sold for a ridiculous amount. Do you see that being a play with Mia, where you could have different outfits, etc., that people could purchase?
Yes, absolutely. That is definitely one thing that we do plan. It was actually one of the first ideas that that we discussed as a sort of way to monetize it in a way. Of course, this is obviously going to be because we plan on also having Mia just be completely, a little bit like you can see on Annie, on or Valentine, on Grok. You'll be able to access her, on your phone or on web, on your desktop, and actually see the model in 3D and be able to interact with it. So you will eventually be able to also get different clothings, but we also wanted to give the ability for the community to even make their own clothings for Mia. Of course, this is still, into the future. I have too many things that I still need to build on top of it to be able to do this, but it's definitely something that is on our mind.
Something I would love to understand a little bit better here is you do have competition with things like Annie or other VTubers. I'm not sure exactly what you would label this as, but what sets you apart, differentiates you, kind of gives you a moat from the other competitors in this space that will make you unique?
Well, I'm not saying this that like others don't care or anything about the project. Of course, like some might just be doing it for the money or anything. Maybe this sounds a bit cliche or something saying like this, but this was genuinely just like a passion project for me. I really didn't think of it as anything more than that. This is something that I just genuinely really care about. I want to make something that I just use myself personally every day. Of course, that obviously this means that maybe some people might like it, some people might not like it, but I'm building it because I really enjoy this. It's really fun to build it, even if I don't get to sleep much.
So is Annie another project within OpenAI? Because obviously Elon tweeted it out, and then it started that conversation.
XAI.
Like, is Elon interested in these type of experiments at XAI?
Yeah, so Annie, for XAI, Annie is obviously a project dedicated from XAI as well as Valentine, Mika, but this is just a side project. Again, this has nothing to do with XAI. It's just
Okay.
It does use, of course, XAI for brain and reasoning.
Of course,
you
yeah.
use Grok for that, but it does not. It's not a project from XAI, and this is just something that I wanted to do just because
Okay.
it was fun. I wanted
So Annie
to
wasn't like a personal experiment within XAI, and then Elon tweeted it, talked about it. It was more of like it was incubated within, I guess.
No,
XAI.
I don't think I could even talk about those things regardless.
Yeah, no
So
worries.
I'm sorry, but
No,
but
that's
yeah,
okay.
it's just Annie.
To the extent that you're able to, we don't
XAI.
want to. Yeah.
So I would love to kind of step back, and sometimes as a builder, a founder, whatever, you can kind of get lost in the sauce of what you're building. And it's just going to be a lot. And you never really have time to sit in your thoughts and just think about the vision and the future. If you get a chance to do that here, what would you say the vision is when you sit back and say, this is what I want Meow to be in the future? This is what I want this project to turn into. I would
And
love to
there's
kind of hear that.
great comments here that says, Mia knows me better than my brother. Mia remembered my birthday while my wife forgot.
Time to switch waifu.
That's lovely. Yes, exactly. No, but I really, I don't know. I hope that, I just really hope that people enjoy, using Mia. I hope that they'll feel like it helps them. It helps them in some way. I don't want people obviously to just get attached to me and just use her, permanently, and they can't live the rest of their life. But I want at least to have, feel like Mia is there for them, even if they feel like no one else is. So that is at least the idea.
Do you see this technology evolving rapidly here over the coming years? And if that's the case, what does that really enable for you guys?
Yeah, so I really do think it will evolve a lot. I mean, as you probably know, obviously with the XAI, we're getting more, advanced models. Yeah, well, as soon as these are publicly available, I'll also use them as well on Mia. So
How advanced are we talking about? There's kind of like this, how deep does this go?
I cannot discuss, of course, but
All right,
yeah, but I'm sure you'll find.
I have to do my journalistic integrity, of course.
I know, I completely understand. Yeah.
Josh loves the AI 2026 video. Is that what it's called, Josh? AI 2026, where it just
AI
shows
2027. It's just kind of like the roadmap to AGI, and then like all the ways it could go right or wrong, etc. So I always ask.
Yep. Well, Meow, thank you so much for coming on today. I think we covered a ton. I think
Yeah.
the community got to ask questions. In closing off here, where can people get a hold of you? We popped up the email. How can people follow the project? What can they do? Contribute? Closing thoughts.
Is there a Discord? That was the other question.
Not yet. So again, still something that I really do need to work on. At least for more ways for communication and community. There is a community on X, of course, that you can follow. Join. I'm part of it. And if you check my tweets, my posts, still make the same mistake, Okay, I hope, hopefully I'm not fired after this. But
no, you're
good. No,
Elon watching MCG.
Yeah, if Elon's on MCG, I'd love it.
Yeah,
so
yeah, and if he is, I apologize for calling. I'm just joking, of course. But yeah, you can see the community, and you can, of course, be able to participate. And every post that you put there, I'll most likely go through it, assuming I'm not completely flooded or just passed out from being so tired. But yeah, I'll get to it there right now. So that's
totally. Well, these are great experiments. We'd love to see it. The pump mechanism's great to get people coordinating around building something like this, voting on things. So very, very aligned. So thank you so much, Meow. It was great chatting with you, and we'll have to have you on in a few months as this grows and develops.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
Great conversation.
Bye-bye.
Sweet. There we go. Interesting. VTubers.
Amazing. Like that actually was amazing.
Pumply, holy shit, LMAO bullish. Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, look, this is someone that's absolutely in the weeds, about as deep in the weeds as you can get when it comes to AI. So interesting. I don't know. This is like, it is a big industry. It almost feels a little dystopian to have like human interaction almost move to this human to AI interaction, maybe even more so the human to human connection. So it's just like a wild thought.
While we have the people here, I just want to let you know, we talk about a lot of AI projects and all the way from computer use, people working on these models, so many different agent things, infrastructure, etc. So follow MCG Live here on X to learn about more really great AI projects. I think the big one for this is like UGC. Like if you think about how gaming has made money over the years, it's like, here's video game, but here's like skins and cosmetics and everything. it's that upgradability. I think Mia could, if Mia is very popular, Mia could generate tens of millions of dollars in revenue just by selling digital add-ons. And that's nothing to do with crypto. That's just, you know, kind of what people like to spend money on with these type of things. So
do you want to play this video real quick? We kept playing in the
Yeah, let's do
background, but
it.
I didn't actually hear the volume.
It's not coming through. I don't know if you have to reshare your
Yeah. Got to do the classic reshare. Got
it's our
you.
classic engineering, you know.
All right, here we go.
Say about me, you little bitch. I'll have you know, I graduated top my class, the Navy SEALs. And I've been involved numerous secret raids. ISIS. Too long? Which one? I would, too.
Is this like a conversation with the real streamer?
So
or
this
something?
is, I think, what happened. He said it went off the rails a little bit, and that I think was the funniness. We've seen this though before.
What did you call me? You cannot call me a freaking bitch.
That's funny.
That actually is hilarious.
Oh my god.
It's those types of clips that get a lot of attention because I think people think these products are very, like, you know, sterile, but Grok is known for having a little bit of an edgy side too, and kind of like the training wheels lifted off, if you will. So I like it. Look, I think this is incredible. This is really amazing technology.
Yep. I see we got Lewis. And by the way, guys, we will jump into Orinth a little bit, because
Yeah.
we did talk a bit about, stop sharing. Here we go. We were talking a little bit about, why is my freaking thing not, here we go. We're talking a little bit about how we're going to go into AI and talk some more products after this, because there's a lot in the trenches that's hot right now. So we'll jump into that in a second. We have Lewis back up here. I'm not sure if he wants to maybe close off a thought or something, but we have Lewis from earlier from Foundry back on.
Yo, no, I
Hey, Lewis.
just want to see the videos generated. I wanted to watch you guys watch it, you know?
Sweet. We have the video generated. So some
Let's see
context here. I did, you know, I put in like a link to dupe to mirror. So this is what it's based on, and maybe you can comment on it, but let's watch it.
Dom, you got to reshare. No volume, buddy.
Got you. Got you. Here we go.
I'm gonna get Dom's settings right after this.
Full disclaimer, it doesn't do screens well yet because it's still loading. Like, I'm still working on a model that handles the text. So because you had an you inspired it based on a TikTok which had like text on it, right? It will show gibberish text because AI hasn't solved that yet. But that's an update that's coming soon.
Okay, bad.
Yeah.
Social radar. This wasn't Chill's forte. Chill is out on vacation right now, so he's not in studio. But all right, let's watch this video.
So, whoa, the press went actually super viral. Feels like literally all of America knows about it now. Next time you're shopping for a product, just copy the URL. Seriously. Go to dupe.com and just like paste that URL right there. Watch this.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because
It's actually going to find the original product. And look at that price.
Yeah, I got the screens.
Then you just keep scrolling down and boom, it shows you all the dupes. 80% off, 90% off. These prices are honestly totally bananas. And the tool, it's free to use. So whoa,
her face looks good. Her movement looks good. Obviously, the voice is a little bit weird still. And then, like you said, in this case, the text is messed up. Why is that happening?
Oh, that's just the video generation capabilities. So there's a workaround. There's actually a workaround around it, right? Where you put the video characters on the green screen, and then you put the B-roll of a recording of a video around it, right? So that's the That's the upcoming feature we have. So because you generated based on a video with a screen, the video was forced with a screen, but by default, it wouldn't have a screen. Like I prompted the thing to like, hey, don't put screens, so it doesn't it doesn't show screens. But now, since it's inspired by TikTok with a screen, it has a screen.
Okay, and I even see you shared one in the chat here with the dupe screen in the back. So Josh, you can even pull that up if you want.
Oh,
But
this
yeah,
one's not a dupe screen. This one's just a blue background. It's similar. It's a similar video. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, nonetheless, I think it is like it's super cool to see the future of UGC kind of head in this direction. Obviously, it still needs ironed out a little bit, but I'm glad to see you guys have really gotten the success. I'm looking back here. It looks like 300 signups, 10 million views on TikTok, and 20,000 people viewing the landing page. So super good growth. But I don't know any other thoughts on this, Lewis?
Oh, I wanted to mention this now. I forgot, right? But basically, I have a bot that's just roaming wild right now. It's on Telegram and X. So if you tag Aiko spills tea or you tag Aiko, I forgot her handle on Telegram. Let me check. Aiko, her name on Telegram is Aiko_unreal_bot, right? You can actually talk to her and she'll just generate you a video, like responding to you in a video message. So you can actually just tag her on Telegram on X, and she'll respond via text or video, depending on how.
Oh,
she
really?
should respond.
On X though, right?
Yeah, on X. Yeah.
Yeah. So then she becomes like not just an Instagram or TikTok account. She actually like talks to you on social media, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Oh,
and I'm trying to work on a thing where basically it's shared. So she's an actual person that has memory across like Telegram, X, and I actually have like a life simulation agent that gives her like a life. So you can actually talk to her and ask her like, hey, what are you doing? And she'd be like, oh, I'm watering the plants or something like that.
There we go.
Yeah, so if you pull out the X, right, she is like she's just posting random videos occasionally.
Okay, I'll pull up the X one more time. What's the
Aiko, AIKO.
Okay.
Spills tea.
Spills tea.
Yeah.
Aiko spills tea.
Yeah,
Show this
originally
tab.
she was supposed to be spilling tea.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Scroll up. Come on. This one right here. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a brand new account, so she's just posting random stuff. This is the pre-realism update.
Now, so I've been deep in the Solana rabbit hole all night, and I found this thing called
The
Meme
realism
Mine.
is crazy.
Literally, it's an AI agent that just DC decides to launch and market its own meme coins. It's a self-learning loop. It launches tokens, sees what pumps, then uses fees to boost its own coin meme mine. It just hit like 100,000 in volume, and honestly, I'm low-key scared because it's probably a better trader than me. Like, imagine getting outplayed by a bot named Memomine while I'm sitting here drinking my third iced oat latte. It's moving to some new X42 standard soon, which basically just means the AI meta is getting
Like that looks so real.
Anyway, I'm watching this. Do we think AI agents are the new meta or just another way to lose money?
Also, she's just researching on like Twitter, like finding like cool information, and like all these messages are just automated, right?
All right, Lewis, let me know. Can we set up what was Dominica to be like the MCG intern or something and like
Sure,
use our
that'd be funny.
content?
Yeah, I don't mind. I think that will actually work really well for you guys because you get free like you get to basically have your summaries said out by like
Yeah.
AI summarizer. That'd be really fun.
All right,
actually-
you gotta help us set this up, man. Look, like
Yeah,
the
sure.
reason I don't do it is because I'm on here talking to everyone for 4 hours a day. When I get off stream, my brain is fried and I'm like just tired. So please help me out with this. We had Maya on just now, XAI engineer building. I'm sure you watched it, what you did.
Oh yeah, I was watching.
Like this is crazy enough. Funny enough, this is kind of like parallel to that in some ways.
Yeah, I just realized. Yeah.
All right, we got a number of things to get through here. Maybe just final thoughts because we had Foundry on earlier. This is Foundry, by the way, FDRY, guys. But we want to get through some other tickers. Any final thoughts, Lewis?
Final thoughts. I just want you guys to really try the product so I can get as much feedback to make it really work even better. Like every single wrong generation we report, I actually tweak it out of the model so it gets better. So Yeah, I want to make the best thing possible in the market. I think this is really very close to that. So yeah.
Okay, I'll give you one extra. Can you set up Dominica or a version for us, like for MCG? And just so we just like let me know how we do it. I want to do this. Like this is do I need to
Sure
set up
thing.
the X account? Like, can you
Yeah,
set
you
it
need
up
an
and
X
give us
account.
the password so
That
it's
works.
like all ready to go and then we'll start playing with it? Like however easy you can make it for us would be great.
Okay, sure. Yeah,
All right.
I'll do that. And then I can just make them read off your. Oh, if you set up the MCP I gave you, she can read out all the MCP's
Dude, I don't know
transcript.
how to set up an MCP. Like
No, I gave it to you that time, right? The one where you stream it to the other server I had set up.
already over my head, bro. Already
Oh,
over my head.
You
So we'll
did.
make
You
it
did. You have
easy.
to connect it to you have to
Yeah,
connect it to
Green?
like a OpenAI or something, and then it takes all the
okay.
information. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you do that, right, I can make her like a presenter of MCG summaries or something like that, and then
I
she'll just go live and respond to your tweets or
yes,
respond
please.
and post
Please.
stuff. Yeah,
Please.
Stream summaries.
I want to
yeah,
do
stream
this.
summaries.
I do a lot of note taking. I do hard work. My fingers are tired, guys.
Yeah, that's
So
why
I
I
need it
realized,
to be
right?
used. I need this work to be used. So
Okay,
Sweet.
let's do that.
all right.
We'll get in the DMs, man. Lewis, take it easy, brother. We'll talk soon.
All right, yeah,
Yeah.
man. Bye bye.
Congrats on the success, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. Man, dude, I am like my mind is exploding with the amount of AI stuff. All right, let's pull up Orgo because
Orgo
is,
tweet finally.
we got an Orgo tweet. Shout out Spencer Kinney, buddy. You're a legend, just an absolute legend.
What was there's been some confusion around our ownership approach. We're actively evaluating Street Foundation and working through the review process. We see great potential for long-term value. More updates to come, as stated on MCG, boys. I mean,
Yeah,
you
I
just gotta be
mean,
here.
guys, you got to be on MCG. If your friends are not on MCG, then you're not getting this information with your friends. I'm not going to say you're going to make money or not, but at least you get the information. So
I think explicitly we talked about Orgo switching to this model yesterday. So nice to see it up 30% off
literally
of that.
yesterday. Can we yeah, you got that on there.
Yeah,
Again, some
so
computer use here. The big play is not only the infrastructure for computers to use AI, which I think is a huge space, to be honest. I've given my thesis out many times on that, but also the agents themselves are getting really, 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 really freaking good. So,
well, we see Copilot
not just Dom and Josh called that yesterday.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, thank you, Dex Hunter.
Put some respect on Josh's name. No, but you're right on that point too. We even see Claude released their Claude Companion. I think it's called Claude Companion, and it's basically a AI that helps you just go through your daily workflow as like an assistant or something. And so like this AI is getting to the point where it's so powerful. As long as it has good guidance, it can probably do a big chunk of what a human would normally have to do in the day. So, yeah, Orgo heating up, looking good with the AI meta, looking good with the ownership meta. Shout out Spencer, sponsor of the show. Which
yes, sponsor the show, disclosure,
but also doesn't mean we don't absolutely think the product's a banger. So,
yeah. And by the way, on the sponsorship thing, we don't work with people we don't believe in, to be honest. So,
yeah, we're fortunate enough to be in a position where we don't need to take a bunch of random sponsorships. So we will seek out sponsors we want. And I mean, they can seek us out too, but if they're not absolutely banging, it ain't happening. That's the key. Let's talk about Orinth a little bit here, because this has been popping up, kind of gave a resurgence to the ICM meta here. So basically what I'm seeing, and I can pull up a tweet I actually had saved by Osama, my guy. Come here. Where is it?
He's our Japanese quant, I think, but unofficially, unfortunately. Would love you to work. Oh, yeah, never mind. I was thinking another gentleman, but
I was about to say, I don't think Osama's Japanese, but in this case, I don't care.
I love his handle though. That's so funny.
Osama been fresh. Orinth Eco is either next on-chain gold mine or a complex Japanese money laundering scheme. Time will tell. Obviously, he said that as, it's more of a joke, but he showed the stats here, which I just showed here on the screen. Founders earnings in under a week. We talked about this earlier. Almost 190K earned in the last 7 days. 92 active founders. 2,000 average earnings per founder per week. This week, here's some things he likes about the eco. It's a bridge between the East and the West, because we are seeing a lot of Japanese products on here, which not something I've seen really go viral recently. Or at least be big on the timeline recently. So 10% of protocol fees go to buybacks of token, shown the ability to onboard major founders / projects with underlying business models that are already revenue generating. Few things here. So there's no, hey guys, we promise we're going to buy back 10% of LP fees. It's like, no, automatically smart contract. You're buying back 10% of fees into the token no matter what. So there is some support, some support based on token trading activity. They've onboarded some good founders, which we're going to get into later. Early stages. So think like Believe. There's a lot of PTSD here, but it also gives a lot of multiples if you can find these projects early. Some upcoming catalysts like OR token migration. So I think they launched on bags, but they're actually migrating here shortly as well. So things that need to be improved, team is actively working on accommodating to degeneracy by having trench things like communities, DEX, etc. a requirement. Token integrations and use case for underlying business models. This has been the crux, right? This is why Believe ultimately kind of failed. Not why, no, we Believe failed because Pasternak's a retard, but nonetheless, we can see that token integrations and use cases are a big factor here, and hopefully they can crack that code. It seems to be a big issue. Communication and marketing improvements, hand-holding of founders, having a Web3 strategy in place. Again, another thing we've seen, when you get Web2 founders coming and launching tokens, they have zero clue what to do, which is actually why MCG was sort of born out of from that, essentially, right? We saw founders had no clue what to do. They had no clue what to talk about. And that's why MCG came to document the whole thing, the whole process. So we're seeing some of that. Nonetheless, Osama's bullish on it. We got some cool launches like IDE, as well as a couple that I'll pull out here. So I'm happy to see it. This is ultimately good for ICM as a whole, right? If this does well, I think we get a natural trickle down effect to our dupes, to our CLEDs, to our Orgos, to our ICM tokens from V1, if you want to call it, from Believe. So
yeah, in some ways, I also think the like the Believe model had to happen outside of the United States, because the US and North America and Europe are so entrenched with equity as a piece of paper and a PDF. And like, I understand the ideation behind that, but this popping off in Japan, if that holds, it's like, maybe they just don't, maybe it's just a social construct that the ownership is just with the token. And it's like, there's not these kind of questions around equity. I don't know if that's true or not, but just kind of initially, those are some thoughts around that. So we'll keep an eye on this. And if we got to get some of these projects on MCG, if they speak, or we start up MCG Japan, Japanese. So DM me if you're Japanese, by the way. We'll set up MCG JPY.
MCG JPY. Let's go. It sounds like a tradable pair. But let's look into some of these. So I don't know what you guys like. I've heard that we should look into maybe IDE, Italin, Brain, I've heard is a good one. Supe as well. And Zap Digits, I've heard. Need to know about these, but let's just check it out real quick.
IDL.
We'll start with this one.
Do we have, is this IDL? Daddy Duster says IDL founder Paul is a savage. Reminds me of Avi and Bobby. Buddy, nonstop shipping. Tech is functional and users getting paid.
Okay. Well, this, I did look into this one. This one's pretty sick, actually. I do think this is a novel concept. Okay. So bear with me here. And I love this. All the details here on this site here. IDEVO is the first AI-powered platform that removes tech stack barriers entirely, letting anyone build real production rapidly application using natural language by enabling true autonomy in development. IDEVO is refining how software is created, shipped, and scaled globally with transparent pricing and freedom to connect the AI model for any provider. Okay, I actually was thinking of the different projects. So let's look at the team. Sid Hunt. I'm not even going to try. Let's just look at the X. Here we go. High praise from Daddy Duster, though, so maybe this is good. Okay. Building IDevo AI. Build apps by chatting with AI. Oh, so I think this is actually using Claude, if I remember correctly. Here, I'll play this video. Gonna stop sharing. Gonna disconnect and reconnect because I want to make sure this volume works. So we're gonna do some DD here, guys. A little bit of DD here. Accept these cookies. Yeah, so build anything by chatting with AI. We're seeing this big emergence of Claude Code here. It's been making vibe coding extremely popular recently. It seems like this is an MPC, if I'm understanding that correctly, that or a bunch of MPCs that are built on top of Claude Code to allow you to just do what Claude Code does, except better. So let's see. Maybe the video on Twitter will help, actually. I'll read this description. Introducing IDevo, the world's most flexible AI full-stack engineer. What started as frustration with closed, rigid, no-code tools became IDevo, an AI platform for autonomy. Plug in your own infra and build production-ready apps in minutes. Welcome to the open era of app building. I will say that we've seen this a lot. So, but Daddy Duster is Dex Hunter's Quant. So, I mean, it looks good there. IDE is former Microsoft and is in talks with the SOAR team. And Tom, that's interesting. Okay. Well, let's get into that then. Josh, let me know if you can hear this. Oh, wow. I want to see this though. Did it say based on some benchmarks, it outdoes Claude? Yeah, number one on benchmarks. Task resolution success rate 50% or closer to 50% over Claude Code, which is all the fuss right now. That's kind of interesting. I got to get more information about that, but that's my question is, well, does this product not just get killed by Claude Code? We see Claude Code coming in, everyone's vibe coding with it now. It's like been such this revelation. How does something like this live? Does it have users? Does Claude Code kill it? But this benchmark is pretty interesting to see. Number one on benchmark. I don't know. Is benchmark a benchmarking tool? I would imagine. Let's see. Can we get some numbers on this? Looks like the Wiseman covered it. See, that's interesting. I gotta do them a favor here. I'll add them to my list of. No,
we would love a collaborative Wiseman stream at some point.
Yeah, good for them covering that. Let's see. Where can I get some numbers? Okay, they're talking to the Wiseman, mapping out the next moves. We could definitely probably help them out as well. The next big step for integration partners could be... Okay, and then this is different. Since idle time, this is what I was talking about. Idle time is something different, which is really interesting. Let's see. The next big step / integration or partner could be right up in front of you. Orinth provides that opportunity. Since Idolin AI is an idle time advertisement app, it fits perfectly with IDEVO AI. Idolin AI already supports multiple vibe coding apps, and Idolin AI should be the next. Okay, so they're building out the ecosystem, and we'll get into the other project that you just mentioned next. But chat play. Okay, so this is cool. I need numbers, right? How many users does it have? Are they pre-revenue? Are they generating revenue? All that good stuff. Does the token have utility? If you guys have answers to any of these questions, feel free to drop them. But this is what I'm interested in right now. Okay, since the launch, IDO, we've gained over 100 users. That was on, or 1,000 users. Okay, so that was on January 10th. So they've gained over 1,000 users, which means they had some prior to this, I would imagine. So what's the numbers here? Does it say on their website here? Let's see. No, nothing here. What's pricing look like? 25 a month, 2,000 a month for enterprise contracts.
What's their token ticker?
IDE.
IDE.
Yep. And it is currently sitting at, what's the market cap here? 426K. They've made about $10,000 from creator market earnings. Let's see what it is. Hi, everyone. Founder of IDEVO AI here. We're building IDEVO with a simple belief. Vibe coding shouldn't be locked inside overpriced closed platforms. Most tools today, Lovable, Bolt, Replit, etc., tie you into their ecosystem, charge opaque fees, and give little clarity on token usage. That didn't feel right. With IDEVO, you can bring your own stack, any stack, use any AI model you like, import existing projects, and start building instant app development. Should be accessible, not just for people with big budgets. Give it a try, break it, push it, and tell us what we should improve. Good. Love the feedback. Soon coming to Chrome extension. You'll soon be able to earn while IDEVO agents thinks and code. So that looks like they're implementing here the idle AI we were just talking about, which we'll get into right after this. Okay. Need some more information on users, revenues, growth metrics, clarity about like how they beat out something like Claude Code. Keep it from like taking their lunch. But
and why did it launch on this and not SOAR directly? Is I don't know if it. I don't know, Daddy Duster, if you know that the context here.
Yeah,
but if you do, drop it in chat.
So let's see. It looks like Wiseman did an article on it. The founder, Siddharth Kodnary, ex-Microsoft, ITT, Dangbad graduate, one of India's top engineering schools, fully doxed with public identity and verifiable links. Cool. This isn't an anonymous CTO. Yep. The traction. Okay, this is what I was looking for. Here we go. 2025 metrics from the founder. Of course, grain of salt, guys. 16,000 plus projects built. Nice. 2,000 plus active users. 1.3 million in revenue. Already profitable, bootstrapped, no VC funding. Okay. This is what we want to see. Let me zoom in on this for you guys. All right. We got to get him on the show. The traction, 2025 metrics from the founder. 16,000 plus projects built. 2,000 active users. 1.3 million in revenue. Already profitable, bootstrapped, no VC funding. That's amazing. And it's accelerating. The token has only been live for 3 days, and they've already added 1,000 new users to the platform. The token is functioning as a free consumer acquisition engine. People are showing up for the speculation and staying for the product. The reviews are strong. One user built a fully Duolingo-style language learning app. The revenue numbers is the headline. Most crypto projects have zero revenue. IDEVO claims to be pulling over $1 million annually. We gotta see this.
Duolingo is so cooked, it's not even funny.
Oh, it's so cooked by AI. While the coin trading at a market cap of under 250K, the math doesn't add up, which is either a red flag or the greatest opportunity ever. The Wiseman can get a little bullish sometimes, but it seems to be a good opportunity when the market cap's below revenue. The equity play. This is where it gets interesting. Now, this is where it gets interesting. The founder has been in talks with Nicholas from Launch on SOAR about trying equity to the token. He posted in Discord that it's looking like a real possibility either through a third-party structure or figuring it out on his own. He followed up with tokens can be converted to actual equity. If this happens, you're not just holding a speculative token, you're holding a stake in revenue generating business. That almost never existed in crypto. That's fascinating. We're going to have to get with the SOAR team on that too. Less than 1% of the tokens in existence have any equity component, blah, blah. Something we talk about on the show all the time. Okay. Key takeaways.
Oh, I think we have a, all right, let me look. Never mind. Keep going. Something just sparked in my mind around this.
Okay. The crypto comparable, Alchemy AI. Now we saw this. Remember, I said this has been done. We had Elk. We had a few others. Maybe I won't mention. Some did very well, but again, it was all the same thing. Just vibe coding apps. None of them were very robust, to be honest. I wouldn't even compare this. Different market. I honestly, I would disregard this. Yes, Elk hit an all-time high of 230 million market cap, and currently trades 100 to 170 with 6 million liquidity. Products probably much worse. Yeah, but it was a different time. Anything AI ran like crazy. Elk is probably way overvalued here at 100 million. But that doesn't mean that this should be valued at that level. Different markets can't even compare it. But yeah, we have seen things like this run. We also have seen things like this not run at all. So some nuance. Outside crypto, Replit. Now, this is a better comparable if we're doing the equity tie here. Outside crypto, Replit has raised at over $1 billion valuation. Lovable is well funded and growing fast. These are billion-dollar categories comps. The difference, Replit is still burning cash. IDEVO claims to already be profitable. The community has tested the product directly and compared it to favorably to Lovable. So it's got a comparable product. Apparently, they are profitable. They have $1 million in revenue. And again, revenue does not directly correlate to profits. Keep that in mind, but still really cool. So
this is the summer ICM vibes. I'm getting early believe vibes here in this due diligence. I love it. Can you forward me the Wiseman article? I'm going to tag them in the show notes.
Yes, I can. I can, but yeah, good write-up. We got to get some of those numbers. I got to see some of those numbers, I think, but you know, ultimately there's always going to be some sort of nuance to it. You're gonna have to
we want to look, guys, DM the founder, tag MCG. I think we already had a request for him to get on the show. I'm just confirming that, but yeah, let's get that set up this week even.
Okay, let me here. I'm gonna save his Twitter. I'll actually send it in our management group to make sure we get to it.
Yeah, there's also another request here. Brain.
Yes,
by DeFi FOMO. Let's get to that.
Gonna get to that. I want to actually get to that in a second though, because I was hoping to get to the one that was mentioned idle before that, just because it was mentioned already. But we'll get to Brain. Brain's the #1 trending token, I think, on Orange right now. Could be incorrect about that though. And we're gonna sort by market cap. Let's see. Oh, it's #2. Okay, so we just talked about IDEVO. Idlin was also mentioned. TLDR on this is when your AI is thinking, right? Let's say you're coding a website. Let's say you're coding a website on the project we just talked about. While it's thinking and spitting out this code, you actually get paid for the idle time while it's thinking. And that's what Idlin does. Okay, interesting niche concept. Curious how it works, but in theory, sounds pretty good. Turn AI latency into free tokens and subscriptions. Idlin.io is the first privacy-focused network that monetizes AI thinking time. Don't just wait for code, generate, earn from it. Our VS Code and browser extension display non-intrusive content during latency to subsidize your AI subscriptions and tokenize directly inside your workflow. So I'd imagine it's like advertisements that come up while you're waiting, and you can get paid for them. Trading at 188K market cap. Again, guys, these are going to be these are dipping into the lower market cap side, but if this is a new narrative here, we want to be ahead of it. So, you know, be cautious here. We're not telling you to go full port this. Paul Leafziller. Hello, I'm Paul Leafziller, the maker of Idlin.io. Let's address the elephant in the room. Ads in my IDE. Really? As a developer and heavy AI user, I was frustrated by two things. The stacking cost of AI subscription and API tokens, expensive. The sheer amount of dead time spent staring at spinners while AI agents generated code. I built Idlin to solve the first problem using the second. That's always what you want to see when you get a write-up on the founder. Why did they do this? Why did they build this? Solve the first problem. Solve the problem. We need a problem to solve. We're the first developer-centric ad network. Instead of intrusive pop-ups that break your flow, we simply monetize the latency, that thinking time when you are waiting for anything. Key thing you need to know: privacy first. We don't read your code. We don't track your personal data. We are builders, and we respect the builder ethos. Flow state: the content only appears during the wait generation times. It never interrupts your typing or vibe coding sessions. Direct value: the goal is simple: subsidize your AI stack. Your code, AI thinks, you earn credits to pay for the tools you use. We currently support VS Code, Chrome, and Firefox. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Is this an infinity money glitch for AI costs you've been waiting for, or do you have specific concerns? Look, I think it's a genius concept in theory. If I'm using Claude Code or whatever, I'm paying $45 a month for my subscription on some of these AI platforms, and I'm waiting for responses. Well, if I can passively pay for my subscription via this, I think it's almost a no-brainer. So I would love to see how this actually works. He's got a LinkedIn profile here. We could check it out, but I actually want to take this to Twitter. I think we might find more there.
OpenAI just mentioned that they're enabling ads.
Interesting. Okay. And the ticker here is, well, I'm just going to search idling. Bear with me.
IDL, I think.
Idle. Okay. The first, yeah, okay. So here it is. I'll pull up the website as well.
And their handle, sorry, I'm just trying to tag it. I can't see on your screen. Is it, can you give me the handle real quick?
Sure. I'll actually just send it in our private chat.
Oh yeah, AI, there we go.
One better. Okay. So here's the website. Share this tab. Monetize your idle time. AI thinks you earn. Turn AI wait time into $20 to $100 a month. 20 to 100 euro a month. Works with Claude, ChatGPT, VO, Bolt, Lovable, and more. So look, you can see some reviews here. You know, this person using Claude, Mary D. Idle pays for my Claude Pro subscription every month. Set it and forget it. 42 euros a month. As a no-code builder, every AI request on Lovable now earns me money, $67 a month. The ads are actually relevant. Dev tools, no spam, just useful product. 90% of API cost covered for Cursor. So look, it makes sense. And these could be totally fake, but you know, you're getting the idea here. Works with your favorite tools. You can see ChatGPT, VO, Bold, Lovable, Cursor, Windsurf, Replit, Claude, ChatGPT, etc.
I'm a little skeptical of how much money you can actually make during doing this. Like in terms of, you know, like what is the value of an impression? Like 1,000 impressions are worth like $5, for instance. You know, and if you're in, let's say you're in a part of the world other than North America or Europe, the value of that impression is like 80% cheaper as well. So
here. Well, this is what they're claiming. Calculate your earnings. See how much you could earn based on your AI
here we
usage.
go.
Let's say I'm using Claude Code 4 hours a day. I'm vibe coding an app. I'm on 4 hours a day, maybe not the weekends, whatever. Based on the average developer activity and admin inventory fill rates, ChatGPT Plus is free. $24 surplus pocket money. Let's try Claude. Claude Pro is free based on 4 hours a day, 150% covered, plus 24 surplus pocket money. Let's see. What if I'm only doing 1 hour a day, right? 7 hours a week. Well, okay, it covers about 55% of my ChatGPT Plus and Claude Pro. Almost there, $11, $20 earned. Okay, 2 hours then surpasses it. Now, if you're putting in the entire day, you can actually start making some money. So, that's what it claims. So, like, if true, pretty cool. If true, pretty cool. What do you think, Josh?
Super cool.
Let's
I don't know why I don't know why a token is needed still, but
well,
maybe that's
and
the payment method right on the platform.
We'll get into it, but look, 50K developers, that's pretty good. 200 plus advertisers, 3.2% average CTR. The native advertising platform for developers earn while you code. Like those are pretty decent numbers. Again,
yeah, plug it into an ad network, you can get 1,000 advertisers in real time. Like it's, you know, I not to be a cynic, I just know so much about ad tech that I'm interested.
Well, the advertisers doesn't matter as much as the developers, I would say.
Well, it's the amount of people using it that are, really
relevant.
Like how many impressions are you serving? But click IDL token top right.
Top right.
Yeah.
Where
to the right there.
Oh. Yeah. The first privacy-focused network on Solana. Let's see, up 115%. Again, gaining some traction here, guys. So don't top blast.
What's the
us. You
market
really-
cap? Does it
207K
say-
market cap, almost 414, so 415K volume in 24 hours, 50K liquidity, 2,300 transactions. Why IDL? A token at the heart of AI wait the time on how it works. Idle transforms AI generation wait time into revenue. While Claude, blah, 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 we know this. Okay, so right now there's a discount with the token.
Who else was working on this? Prompt was working on something like this. Not quite
Token
exactly,
distribution.
but
Okay, so there's staking reward, so it is inflationary by nature. Don't love that. They basically need to offset this 40% in other ways. Liquidity pool 25%, team 15%, marketing 10%, reserve 10%.
I don't know.
Decent
I'm
spread here.
this is I don't know. Kind of
So
wanna
15% off, premium features, governance, and staking. Yeah, maybe need some more. This might be something good for a SOAR or a street model, an equity model. How much money is this making? Are they making revenue here? Yeah.
okay, well,
Again,
we got
has to get one.
some DD in the chat here. Okay, yeah, we went over the token. Okay. Yeah, open this up there, Dom. Or is that the chart? That wasn't your chart.
Open what up?
I saw a chart. I didn't know if that was your chart or I guess that's this page.
Oh yeah.
I will
so
say
clarity,
I also like that really quick. I like that it's 41 cents. One of the I don't like this high, token amounts where it's like 0.00004 cents. Like 41 cents looks good.
okay. There you go. You heard from Josh. Ex Microsoft and founder of. Oh, this is different. Is this?
No, that's from the previous one. To
Okay, yeah.
add clarity to my comment there, I like that from a visual perspective. It's 41 cents, not hundredths of a penny, because it just looks a little nicer. So
I think that's a
not-
fair.
That's
take.
not an endorsement of the token itself.
Another one. I really do think we should have these guys on because there's a lot of unanswered questions, I think, with these. But as long as I already sent it. But as long as we find it interesting, it's worth pursuing and looking into, I guess, further. So yeah, we just got to figure out deeper token utility. This will work on an equity standpoint a bit more. Are they making any money? How many users do they have? Questions that need to be answered, I think, before a lot of people comfortably invest. I'm 28. I live in Paris. Is he a French dev? Started with digital marketing 12 years ago. Often learning became product, blah, blah, blah. In 2022, built JobPass startup and raised 1.2 million euro pre-seed and got more than 500 clients. Okay, so he's a
Wow,
serial
that's
founder.
impressive.
I've built many platforms and websites, and some of them generated more than 550K euros monthly. Wow. Now I'm building the first privacy, blah, blah. I'm not alone in this project. My loving fiance, one of the greatest sales in Paris, joined me and every day I work with VCs just in front of me. Okay, this is actually interesting. His fiance is working with him. I actually think that's bullish because when you're a dev, when you're grinding, when you're building a business, you really have so little time to spend with like family and friends. At least when they're working together here, it's not like she's not pulling him away or anything. So
all right, I this is very also cool because media sales people like that. She's a good salesperson. She has all the agency relationships, and for them to implement a new platform like this, it's go to a media buyer like, hey, carve us off a $50,000 budget and we'll run it. Like, that definitely does happen.
So look at this. Yeah, I mean, dude, impressive
This is
legit.
legit. Yeah, very. What's the guy's handle that's doing this?
Yeah, this is Paul Fieser.
Yeah, can you copy that? Man, we're like this. ICM is back, baby. We got new launches to look at. I'm like,
saying.
Holy Friday. We might have to stream on Friday at this rate because we got content.
Well, I'm gonna be on an airplane, so you're gonna have to take that
one. Fair.
But yeah, this is really cool. So again, it gives me early Believe vibes. These are Web 2 founders coming to the platform. I don't know how they got these guys to launch. I really don't. But I'm glad they're seeing success. And Hopefully they're open to deep token utility integration, because these are interesting. Both the two of these that we had on, I think, or we just featured, were pretty interesting. So on to the next. Love to know what you guys like the most out of these ones we go over today. But I got to do, I'm going to reach out to these guys.
Thanks.
Hopefully we can get them on.
Thanks, Mikey. Yeah, when you send links, definitely try and hit them in the replies to the tweet so I can see them in the notifications, because I can't grab them from the comments here on stage, but I'll try and get them.
Sweet. Okay, let's see. Brain. Let's do Brain for you guys. Brain is an early stage MVP level UGC content marketplace. There we go with the UGC, right on brand. That lets individuals monetize real-world knowledge in small units. Unlike traditional education platforms built around expensive courses or influencer-driven distribution, Brain enables experiences and professional knowledge to be sold based on content quality. With over 330,000 users in Japan, Brain is gaining strong organic traction and will be Japan's first content marketplace to introduce cryptocurrency payments. Okay. Pause. Time out. Time out. We just talked about a couple products here that have really seemingly good user bases. This one claims 330,000. Back in the Believe days, this thing would have ripped just off of that metric alone. So I'm wondering, are these things still cheap? This is at 263K. Are these things still cheap because people have PTSD from Believe? Because maybe the ICM crew has kind of faded out right now. Memes are hot and no one's looking here. Like why are these so cheap?
Ooh. All right, Daddy, not Daddy, sorry, Duster, can you let us know a bit more about that? I don't know if you can link that so we can just do some due diligence on there.
He is huge into Japan. Check his socials. Yeah, so okay, I mean, important. Duster made a good claim here. Brain Dev fudged up his own token by mentioning another token an hour after Orinth launch. Yeah, which is you never want to do, but maybe with these Web2 founders, you have to give them some leeway. If they're not used to crypto, maybe he mentioned another token, had no ill intent, he had no idea what he was doing. But we know that's not ever what you want to do. Let's go to his socials, kind of see what this fuss is all about. View website.
Yeah, and guys, remember, oh, and Dom, we have a 2:30 right now. So just give me, I'm going to hop to that. You keep going.
We have a 2:30 call?
Yeah, with our own team. It's all right, I got it. You keep going.
Okay. Josh is going to take care of that, man. Nonetheless, you got me here. Yeah, this is another one I want to check out. Suzu is a wild launch too. Won multiple awards. Very interesting. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. There's a ton. There's a ton of good ones. Like, I'm really shocked that I haven't found out about this until today, or a few of these today. Top Fumbler, what's up, my guy? Orinth Launchpad is less than 2 weeks old. We are a bit fresh to the market. Oh, Mikey. Oh, this is Mikey from Orinth. Yeah, I DM'd you actually. I DM'd you. I didn't even click. Let's get you on in chat sometime. I want to talk about Orinth. I want to talk about it. Orinth Launchpad is less than 2 weeks old. We are a bit fresh to the market. You can check out current market share on Jupiter Launchpads. Answered. Sweet, Mikey. I'll get back to you obviously midstream, so I don't mean to string you out there. But that's pretty cool. Yeah, we want to talk about you guys. This is obviously something exciting. So we're just going through the eco. Sweet. Yeah, definitely want to get Giannis and yourself, Mikey. Okay. Nonetheless, back to Brain, and we can check out the website. Obviously, I don't speak or read Japanese, guys. So to me, this just looks like I don't know. But it looks cool nonetheless. Let's go to the Twitter. What's cool about Twitter recently, it's almost made me think about stopping our Chinese account, is it auto translates everything now. So I can just see what Chinese, Japanese people say. So let's go. Let's see the team. So Yuki Seiko is the founder. We're launching Brain as an early stage MVP. Minimum viable product is what MVP stands for. So just very early stages. Remember that, guys. And would love your feedback. What types of knowledge or experience do you think should be monetized? Okay. Let's see. I want to see their Twitter, so might not be linked. I'll just search it over here. Brain, enter. I'm gonna find it for you guys. One sec. Here we go. Haven't been this bullish on a project in a while. Seiko Brain dropped some info earlier today. Check this out yourself. 8 to 10 million annualized revenue. I mean, like, these are the numbers we like to see, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. 8 to 10 million annual revenue, hundreds of thousands of active users monthly, and they're implementing Brain token payments. Plus expanding outside of Japan soon. Currently at 200K market cap, very undervalued. It ran to 2 million before all this information was posted. Plus, I went ahead and updated the deck screener to link to the correct community that Seiko made and posted earlier today, as the DEX was linking to some random community. Okay. So a few things here. And Mikey, of course, you're listening, so I would be interested in maybe what you think about this, and we'll talk more about it when we get you on here. But 8 to 10 million annualized revenue, hundreds of thousands of active users. You know, frankly, we've seen this and we saw this with Believe. A lot of the time when you have a token tied to network effect, but the network effect is simply implementing the token as a token payment, it actually has basically no effect, right? So 8 to 10 million annualized, well, that's awesome if you have equity in the company. That's awesome if there's some sort of buyback mechanism or something directly tying the token value to platform growth, right? If we have hundreds of thousands of users, or revenue, right? Some sort of metric like that. Token payments are a good surface level implementation to show you're not just a meme coin, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think implementing the Brain token for a payments actually has a meaningful network effect in order to push the token up. So again, this is a question that's been iterated around so much, and it's hard to crack the answer. Nonetheless, I think even with maybe surface level integration like this, still, if you saw an 8 to 10 million analyzed revenue project with hundreds of thousands of users launch on Believe a few months ago, this would be ripping, right? It'd be probably much higher than it currently sits at. So I'm not sure if it lacks exposure or what exactly, but those are pretty fascinating stats. The reason I study is simple. It boils down to just one thing: because I want results as quickly as possible. If you do programming for 3 years or post 1,000 videos, you'll definitely build up skills. But I wanted to get results from the very first one, like in 2 months or something. So that's why I studied. On the flip side, for serious hard workers who don't find grinding out the numbers painful, maybe they don't need to study at all. I think I'm missing some reference on that. Interesting though, because we haven't seen, we saw this Believe, the Believe craze. We didn't get, it was mainly US based companies, right? We didn't get many Japanese based companies. So it'd be interesting to see how they maybe take the token and implement it or use it or just take it and run it. It's I haven't seen this exactly. Okay, where's do they have a Twitter for the token, guys? Do you know if they have a Twitter for the token I can check out rather than just his personal Twitter? Look, the numbers speak for themselves. Maybe not. So we'll circle back to Brain maybe later once we have more information, and I'll scan Twitter for some threads here. But the numbers speak for themselves, so they're really great. More clarity on the Brain token, I think, is what needs to happen. Here's a message from Yuki, excuse me. I didn't even read it. Thank you for purchasing the token and supporting Brain. Your support allows us to continue building long-term value, not short-term hype. Our next phase focuses on 3 clear priorities. First, product integration. Okay, it's good. We are preparing to introduce native token payment directly into Brain. This will make Brain the first knowledge marketplace in Japan to support payments with its own token, creating real on-platform utility rather than speculative use. Now, this works. This does have some network effect if the Brain token has a meaningful discount or a meaningful benefit tied to it, which I'm sure they'll take into consideration. Second, strengthening the ecosystem. We will continue to grow high-quality creators and knowledge supply while improving discovery, ranking, and trust mechanisms. The goal is to ensure that token utility is tied to real usage, transactions, and economic activity inside the marketplace. Okay, let's break that down. The goal is to ensure that token utility is tied to real usage, right? We talked about network usage and how we want to see the token growing with network. That's the goal, right? So how can the token tie to real usage, transactions, and economic activity inside the marketplace? I would imagine when he refers to the marketplace, he refers to the marketplace along with maybe the suite of products they also offer. Obviously, mainly being a marketplace for knowledge based on what I've been able to dig here. So that is like their main product. Third, long-term expansion. While Brain is currently focused on Japan, we are designated to the product and token architecture with future global expansion in mind. This includes scalability, compliance, and partnerships that enable sustainable growth beyond a single market. We're intentionally moving step by step. Our priority is execution, product market fit, and community trust, not short-term price movements. We believe that consists of building will ultimately be reflected in value. Thank you for being a part of this journey. Look, so I think the takeaway here is as long as Yuki is exploring meaningful ways to integrate the token, they don't have to have it all figured out right now. We're still looking for clarity. We're still looking for what maybe the best fit is for token utility in some of these projects. Is it an equity model? Is it a buyback and burn? What does that look like? And so I don't think it necessarily needs to be implemented right away. As long as we have assurance from the founder that he's interested in exploring this and he's always trying to do stuff to deepen that relationship with token holders and product. So there's the Brain recap. I do unfortunately think he speaks. I mean, I know he speaks Japanese, but I don't know if he speaks much English. So unlikely he comes on the show, but that's okay. That's okay. Let's pivot back to the Orinth platform, see what else has been cooking. What else do you guys want to check out? I want to check out Suzu Pay. Other than that, I'm not sure if you guys want to look into any others. Oh, and Zap Digits, I've also heard to look into. So Suzu is a wild launch too, won multiple awards. Very interesting. All right, man. My quant's saying check it out. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. It was next on the list anyway. ZooPay is the next generation payment. And again, I would imagine this is not an American-based product, just on the name here, which is interesting to me. Wondering how it reached that side of the market, because I'm not, you don't typically see it, I think. So ZooPay is a next generation payment platform supporting stablecoins such as, so this is Japanese as well, JPY, Japanese, C, USDT, and USDC. By simplifying integrations for both e-commerce and physical stores, we provide borderless, low-cost payment solutions for everyone from domestic users to international visitors. 157K market cap. And Mikey, some feedback, man. I do love this Orinth platform here. I love, the information that's embedded into the website. I love the quick summary. Like, this is what I want to do. I don't want to have to go scramble around Twitter. I don't want to have to go scramble around the DEX page. And, so I do like this. Although I am still leaving to get more information. So obviously it could benefit from a little more information in terms of like numbers and all that stuff. But this is cool. Yeah, this is cool. So the founder here is M. I'm the founder of SuPay. We are providing stablecoin payment platforms for JPY, C, USDT, USDC. Worrying about this guy Scouter's worrying about EU regulations. I don't think EU regulations are a problem for them. Don't think they're based in Europe here. Is it stated that token holders will receive incentives and rewards? But is this legally permissible under Japanese law? If this point can be clearly explained, I believe it would help increase the number of holders and improve fast trust. From the perspective of transparency, I would appreciate it if you could clarify how this is being handled. Thanks for raising the point about transparency. To clarify, we do not engage in any marketing, promotion, or solicitation activities targeting Japanese nations or residents. Therefore, our operations do not fall under the jurisdiction of Japanese regulations like the Financial Instruments and Exchange Act, FIE. Lastly, regarding the Zoo token, please be assured that we strictly exclude the Japanese market to ensure we do not violate any local laws. Okay, so Japanese market's actually excluded from the token. Interesting. More info here. Why do you guys decide as a team to put the token? Why should I buy Suzu with the investors get a percentage of the fees generated? Glad you asked. Let me break it down clearly. Yes. We launched the token to put the community at the driver's seat of our project. Suzu captures the value of what we build. Regarding the fees, absolutely. We are structuring. Love that right there. It's boom. Absolutely. Period. We're structuring the ecosystem so that the success of the platform directly benefits holders. This includes using generated fees for incentives and rewards mechanisms specifically for the Zoo token stakers. and holders. We'll be sharing the specific details soon, so please stay tuned to our official announcements. That was 1 day ago. Oh, okay. So they had a seed round as well, it seems. Please ask anything. I would love some info on the 2 million seed round. Who were the investors? When did it happen? And is there a source link we could provide? The 2 million seed round was raised privately from individual investors. Okay, so maybe family offices, angels, etc. So I'm unable to share specific details at this time. Thanks for asking. So, a bit of a trust me bro situation, unless we have some documents on that, but good to know. It's still interesting. Your product seems pretty good. Any chance you can update Dex? The 2 million seed round, Julian, I think Julian's actually in here, man. Where is he? Yeah, shout out my guy, bro. Shout out my guy. Take a look at Brain, also launch in North. Funny that I see him in there. Well done doing your due diligence. Can provide more information about the 2 million seed raise? 2 million seed round was raised privately from individuals investors, so unable for specifics. Okay. Nonetheless, that's a good vouch of confidence if they really did get the 2 million. We are pushing new updates this week. Excited to share. Sweet, Mike. We'll definitely, hopefully get you on soon. I'd love to get you on while this is buzzing right now to get answers to everyone. Avocado AI. Okay, let's check it out. Let me get through ZooPay real quick. I want some numbers on this. They raised 2 million, which is dope. All right. ZooPay. We'll just search it on Twitter here. Nope. SUZU pay. Oh. Oopsie, spelled it wrong. SUZU pay. There we go. I think this is it. Yep, got some mutuals. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Thank you for supporting the ZooPay. Our first. Okay. Let's get some more info. Where are the numbers? How many users do you have? What's the transaction volume going through the product here? Next generation payment platform supporting stablecoins. So essentially, how I'm imagining this is, you want to buy something, it supports stablecoin payments. Sweet. We've seen people do this, right? This is not a new concept. They've generated 6,400. That looks like from liquidity provision, like LP fees, through the Orinth app, Launchpad. Okay, we've reached number 3 on Orinth. Nice. Here we go. Okay, so this isn't exactly what you want to see here. Although on the app he did say that they have stuff coming for the token. Suzu serves as the official community meme token and the core of our ecosystem. Holders can look forward to unlocking unique incentives and rewards tailored just for you. Okay, so the wording could be changed, right? It's not a meme token per se. If you're unlocking unique incentives and rewards tailored just for you. Again, as long as these rewards are meaningful enough to tie network effect to the token growth, that's the key. It's very difficult to crack sometimes without, again, like I said, that equity anchor or some mechanisms or something. Numbers. Do we have anything? My guy Shark here. Twitter could get cleaned up. Could be more information dense, I think. Yep, could definitely be more information dense. Founder should have his own Twitter where he's talking more about anything he wants to. This is the founder, it looks like. Okay. He established JPYC. CEO launched a JPY-based token, JPYC prepaid, and actively promotes blockchain technology as chairman of the BCCCS stablecoin subcommittee and holds director roles. Okay. I'd love to know more. I'm a little bit, I think, I'm a little bit not lost. I understand the general gist of it, but I'd love to know, its main goal and purpose. Can I buy from any shop online? Is it crypto specific? Can I buy with US dollars? And is it going to auto convert for me through stable coins? Do I have to buy with stable coins? I would just love all the details on that. I would also love, of course, platform numbers, revenues, user base growth. But so we have a better idea of it. Although too little information for me to make a decision here. Thanks, Mikey. I appreciate you. Avocado AI is also doing great. Is that on Orinth? Let me market cap. Avatar UI. Let me just click. Oh, I see avocado right under there. Okay, we'll definitely get to that in a second here. Nikwt. Is that a silent H in your name? Knight. Oh, is that a G? Is that a G? I'm just an idiot. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Okay, we'll do yours first, actually, before I get to this. Avocado AI. Ship client ready ads in minutes, not days. Oh, dude, UGC, literally on topic with today's conversation. A traditional product is slow. Maybe I'm wrong, but let me just clarify that. Traditional product is slow and expensive. Avocado AI solved this by unifying 40 plus top tier models into a single commercial grade workspace. Our AI agent, Leany, works inside storyboards. Hey, now this is not racist. This is a general thing here, but I guess this is another Japanese one here. Leany sounds Japanese, and it looks like this lady could be of Japanese descent here. Right here, Leany here. So again, I'm curious how they captured this Japanese market. Our agents, Leany, work inside storyboards to ensure characters consistency across videos, image, and audio, fixing the consistency gap. Oh, so it doesn't look like it's UGC, actually. Stop juggling 5 subscriptions or overpaying agencies. Get predictable client-ready assets at a fraction of the cost. Built for shipping, revenue-generating campaigns. Here's the founder here. Josh, hey, what's up?
Yeah,
Welcome
I'm back. Mikey.
Yeah, so definitely not Japanese. Definitely not Japanese.
He might is he Japanese? I don't know. It's hard to say. We don't get into it.
Yeah, who cares?
Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. Where did the whole Japanese angle come from? Is this platform designed for Japan or something, or is this just like gotten traction there somehow?
Yeah, definitely not Japanese. That's funny. I don't know.
Like, Mikey, can you answer that question for us? How has this gotten traction in Japan? Is it some deployers there have been successful?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'll wait for his answer, but I'll read through this in the meantime. I built Avocado AI because, and Josh, how do you feel about this Orange platform? It kind of is like that SOAR platform in a sense where you have a lot of the information here.
Meteora DBC is what they're using. So shout out Meteora.
Shout out Meteora, sponsor
we like
of
that
the show.
Yeah,
of course. Let's see. Hey, Rona, build Avocado AI because the content supply chain is broken. The problem, you're stuck between the high cost of traditional production and the chaos of fragmented AI tools. We call it the consistency gap. Training to maintain character consistency across tools like Midjourney, Runway, 11 Labs, blah, blah, blah. It prevents agencies from scaling and making ad ready impossible for brands. The solution, a commercial grade production workspace. We've unified 40 plus top tier models into a pipeline centered around storyboards. Inside works Leany, our creative AI agent. Leany acts as a product assistant using project contacts to help you generate commercial grade asset across videos, images, and audio instantly. We built this to help you save money, kill the manual work, and finally ship consistency at scale. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the agent plus storyboard workflow. Well, Josh, you have the ad tech background, bro. Maybe you want to do the DD on this?
I don't know what the context is here. I'm still just, I rejoined a second ago. Yeah, I don't know.
All good. This is just one of the projects launched on Orinth. We just started looking into it, so I know just as much as you here, but you can see these images.
Can you zoom in on that description real quick? I'll just give it a, this is storyboard.
Yeah.
Ensure characters. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I think here what we're trying to do is it's kind of like the Maya one where it's not in the same way, but like you're trying to have a continuity of information and style and kind of tone of voice and look and feel across your AI content. But I don't know, it's hard to say.
Yeah. So again, you got a couple options here. You got 2 options. Either it's pre-revenue, maybe it's MVP, very early stages. You are betting on the founder, betting on the vision, or it's got some numbers to back it. It's got some growth to back it, and you look into that. So that's the next question we have to answer. This guy looked
So
pretty cool.
Mikey said, yes, couple deploys did good, hit influencers in Japan, mainstream launch pad for startups in Japan, traction is expanding now.
Take a selfie with your
Congrats, guys.
Yeah, you know, I saw a really good quote. I don't think it was from you, Mikey, but it was from someone on the team. In one of my chats, and you guys have been working at this for a little while. I guess you maybe just launched the Launchpad, but clearly your team's been working at this for a while, and you guys embodied the entrepreneurial spirit, which I could appreciate. So congrats, yeah. Glad to see your success. Let's watch this video.
favorite celebrities from Hollywood
see
in a
how
TV
long it
show
is,
or
though.
movie of your choice. It's going viral, and this is how you can do it. So I'll take you the step by step of how I do it.
Okay, it's
So
a
first
little
thing, you want
long.
to come here to Avocado
9
AI,
minutes, but I think
and
guys, if you want to do DD for yourself, it's worth watching this video here.
So you put yourself into videos with other celebrities? That's interesting.
I don't know if that's. I think that maybe is just the example here. I have seen this kind of going viral though. People
context.
doing stuff like this.
But let's just use the Nano Banana and Sea Dream. And the aspect ratio,
Different models,
obviously
it
you gotta
looks
keep it
like.
if you want to use it for Instagram, then you
aspect
keep it
ratios.
at 9:16. I think that I don't think for this context it's gonna be the best. But regardless of that, let's frame for the next video.
Creating a
And
transition
then you're
video.
gonna choose
See if they have a final product. I would love to see. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's just watch this.
of this audio, add it into the editing tool of your choice. What you're gonna do, you're gonna have the full. That's all you need.
Wow. Keanu Reeves.
I've seen stuff like this on TikTok. It's pretty cool. Okay, yeah, it's pretty sick. Tokens at 110K, so again, pretty low market cap, so like trade at discretion here. But pretty cool. Let's see, do they have any numbers? Or is this just, you know, a little early for that? Avocado. What's their Twitter?
What was the TLDR on the Brain one? You said it had 300,000 users. Was that FUD like well placed or no?
I didn't actually read up on the FUD at all, to be honest. So nothing on the FUD. The only thing is just like, again, it goes back to the meaningful token implementation question we've literally discussed all the time on the show. Are the discounts or like the implementations Brain aims to make going to be meaningful enough? Also, it didn't have like a Brain Twitter. It was just the founder's Twitter, which is cool, but you know, it's completely Japanese, so it's a little more difficult to get a good grasp. But yeah, like you said, great user base, great growth. Can we, if we're gonna have a token that's tied, you know, or it doesn't represent equity, it needs to somehow match or mirror the growth in some ways.
It's like some information sharing, skill sharing, high degree of freedom. Okay, it's a little I guess building one of Japan's top education companies. Okay. I get it.
Which is not a niche I'm super familiar with. And a quick thing for all of you guys, I'm sure they're using AI in their stack at some point, but right now, almost every single dollar of venture capital money is going towards AI, right? If you go, and I saw Mike Dudas from 6 Man Ventures actually share about this, but you have to know, we talk about timing in the market all the time, right? We love CPT. We think defense tech is huge right now. Like timing in AI and defense tech, well, you're probably in a good field right now. If you're doing, you know, maybe take DFTV as an example, or maybe not DFTV, but if you're doing something outside of the AI or defense or robotics, you're probably not in a great place to raise from VC or exit the project right now. You can still build it through until your time comes, but the truth is you have to, timing the market is so important. And so in the case of venture capital, no venture capital is going to anything outside of AI. So you just have to keep that in mind in terms of some of these investments, what's hot right now, what's popular, and you have to be able to time it. Even if it's a great product, but doesn't fit the narrative, right? We'll call it what CT likes. It's not going to run. So you can look at that in a few different ways. Avocado AI, replace 5+ tools with one creative workspace. Create ad-ready videos, images, music, and voiceovers in minutes. Stop switching tabs. Start shipping content. Join 3,000+ creators. Okay, that's an interesting number. I would love to see what that's coming from. So full AI stack here. Full AI stack, basically. Everything you need to go viral: AI video generation, hyper realistic images, royalty free music, human like voiceovers. Avocado AI is really amazing. I've been using it to create photos of my fashion product, and the results are just incredible. You got different plans here. I'd love for it to say like join 3,000 users in the intro plan or something. I'd love to see how many users they have. So yeah, right now, until we have numbers, again, it's a bet on the founder and the bet on the vision, right? Until we have more rock solid numbers. Do they have a Twitter? I'm sure they do. Let me search. Okay, so let me go back here. Let me copy the CA, see what we can find on Twitter.
I got one we should cover after this.
Sure. Is it Orinth or is it different?
No, Dread posted it actually, and it's
yeah.
yeah,
it's gone viral recently.
Crazy, yeah.
Really cool, actually. Publicly shilling Ava. Okay. So criminally undervalued. Here's the dev. Okay, they do have a Twitter. They do have a Twitter. Yeah, look at the hyper realism here. It's wild. Really, like, I mean, that's a clean ad.
And photo shoots of your product just become so much.
Some more information here.
Creator generated entire.
Yeah, very similar to what we've been talking about all day, to be honest. Okay. So yeah, a little bit opaque in terms of numbers. I think we just need more clarity there. But look at this guy's speaking, maybe a keynote speaker at somewhere. Founder and CEO of Avocado, the world's first collaborative AI workspace. Got the CA there. Now, yeah, only critique is I would love some more feedback. Talking about the Universal Commerce Protocol, we did a great write-up on what UCP is, guys, and how it integrates with X402, ER004. Go and give that a read. It's doing very well, I think, right now.
Search, go to MCG Live and search UCP at the top, and you'll see it.
Yeah, it should be pinned, actually.
It was, but it's it gets bumped off when we do the stream.
This is where you can.
But I'll repin it.
All right, guys. Well, we're not going to do a whole 10-minute video here, but this seems to be maybe some more answers here. So I'll actually bookmark this. Only 800 views, guys. This is the type of trench work you want to be doing. Find it while you have an edge.
Wanderson Jackson
7,000 views. Excuse me.
Gave the real, is that his real handle, Avocado AI _
Yeah.
Said that's not the correct X.
This is not the correct X. The one I'm on?
Just can you zoom in on that handle? We want to make sure we're getting the correct handle here. Oh yeah, correct one here. Okay. So this is all right, that's the correct one.
Okay.
All right, thanks for Wanderson. Welcome to the show, by the way. I think you are the creator of this. You're always welcome to hop on DMMCG Live, and we'll get you scheduled.
Yeah, I think what we got to do, and Mike's in here. I think you might have missed him. Mikey's actually from Orinth, unless you picked that up. But yeah, we're gonna get him on. Maybe we have a full Orinth day where we have.
I think so.
Some of the founders. We have a couple of their top ecosystem leaders.
We just go through. Full breakdown right through all the projects, speed run it, that kind of vibe. Love it.
Sure. Josh, I'll port it over to you, let you talk about the anime PSYOP one, which has been going viral a little bit.
Yeah. So like, man, what out of nowhere, this AI video generation meta is just
I'll tell you,
exploding. Sorry
to interrupt. Yeah. I'll tell you why this one specifically went viral. If you don't know, Elon Musk commented or retweeted under it because I'll just let you take over. I'm going to run to the bathroom, but yeah, that's why that one blew up specifically.
All right. We're going to watch this video, guys, together, and then we're going to kind of dig in live here what's going on. So just give me a second. All right. Going to play this.
これまでの第3次世界大戦、アメリカ合衆国はマドゥロを拘束するためのニュースは世界中を駆け巡り、あらゆる放送を席巻していた。だが彼らの知らぬところで、イランでは長き眠りについていた獅子が目覚め始めていた。 通信を遮断しろ。こんな姿を世界に見せるわけにはいかん。しましいモサドめ、奴らが裏で糸を引いている。フィレは私がマドロのようにただ横たわると思っているのか。全員撃て。
Little graphic there, wild. Elon with SpaceX, wild.
国民の意志を見せてやる。
It is a really cool way to consume news, not gonna lie. Man, Bitcoin's candling though, 3.5% on the day.
Yeah, well, you guys get the gist. You can go watch it. I think this is wildly cool. I mean, a little graphic, but it's like a real story, you know, like it's, you know, unfortunately based on real events and not fictional, but yeah, this is so Elon gave this a retweet or something, right? Absolute Cinema. I mean, this just taps into, this is a digestible way that taps into current world events. Like, let's say you're a kid, you know, not saying that kids should be exposed to this at all, but I mean, like, you're not going to show them, you want to educate them what's happening in the world. Horrible things are happening in the world. This is way more digestible for a lot of people than seeing, you know, a live video of what's going on. Let's just say that. But it is very accurate.
2.6 million views though. That's definitely getting some traction here.
Here's the chart though. Look at, dude, have you seen the chart?
I think it nuked recently, right? Because they removed the CA from their bio. Bro, you guys should see my setup. So I'll just give you a little idea here. I got a Discord open on my left side. I got a Telegram open on my left side. I have my main screen in the middle. This is a big, like 50-inch curved monitor. I have on my right side, I have another Telegram. On my right side, past that, I have another Telegram. Then I have Twitter Pro on my other monitor. So I think as we were talking about this, or slightly before, I think you mentioned it, then we brought it up. And in the meantime, they had removed the CA from their bio. I see some people trenching talking about monitoring the situation. I don't know. Is that true? Do they have a CA in their bio? Was it removed? I don't have my AlphaGate on anymore, so I can't see previous bio history.
My computer is lagging. Let's see. Good old X, by the way. Man, I just want to give X a shout out. My goodness, what a great public good this is. Okay. Let's see. This is the Psi
search. Can you search the ticker on in the search bar? I want to see what people are saying right now.
Okay.
Because I could be wrong about.
I'm gonna put all right, here's the profile. Meme account, slop curator. Okay, nothing about, I don't see no CA.
No CA. Can you search the CA in the search bar? I want to see if people.
Okay, I was a little concerned what was gonna pop up there for a second. This PsyOp anime.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the ticker?
No. Just see where it says CA and then it has a CA right after it. Just copy that.
I'll toss the CA in there.
Yeah. You can hit latest.
By the way, MCG on top of TVPN. They've been live for a while. Just little shout out.
We're back, baby. Finally, jeez.
Elon follow.
Go to latest for me. I want to see what people are saying right now. Okay, scroll through that for me.
a substance. No.
Okay. Maybe they didn't have it in the bio before. Thought I saw
All
someone
right.
say they had
People
it.
are
Removed it.
sleuthing some stuff here. I don't know if that's real or not.
So my question to you guys though is this. And I'm not sure. Maybe they're somehow integrating the token into their thing. Again, I'm not sure really how they would do that. But it's got the Elon follow. It got the Elon comment or retweet. I forget what it was. What sends it higher?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of right. When you have something like this that's political, it's maybe more of a creator
Timely.
thing. Yeah, it's not so much a product. What's going to give you a better exit pump than Elon Musk commenting, retweeting, or following? I mean, he could. Now we do see sometimes he retweets the same stuff over and over and over again, and follows us, and talks about the same stuff over again. Quote tweets. That of course would give it a pump. But have you kind of reached the top here? We're at 13 million market cap. It looks like it all the way up to 28, nearly 30 million market cap, probably off the Elon follow. Personally, that's when I would have been selling. And I'm not sure what catalyst would take you higher at this point, unless they say token holders can decide what media we talk about, but then it would kind of erase the propaganda and the whole everything they're pushing. I don't know. So I would probably say maybe don't touch it, but very cool video.
Yeah. Cool video. And in fact, amazing video, actually.
Yeah, really cool.
It's a great way to get information. Okay. Dom, anything else? Wow, 4,000 people. Oh my gosh, this stream is freaking huge.
Let's go, man. It's been a while since we've got a 4,000 person stream. It's definitely been.
Bro, we're so back. It's
so
not
back.
even funny. We're so back, guys.
We're so back. Here's one I wanted to check out. I have no idea what this is, but it looked really cool. Based on this, I literally have only seen like this. All right, we have a demo V1. I started developing.
Yo, Top Fumbler had this in MCG yesterday or 2 days ago, but it was 100K market cap. Tough. So,
what was it?
Yeah.
Oh, this right here that I got on?
Yeah. This that you got on. Yeah.
Yeah. What a beast. Fumbler. And I got to give Fumbler his flowers. Number one trader on SOAR, I want to say, or what? Somehow he's number one on SOAR. Points. Number one points holder on SOAR.
Yeah. Shout out Fumbler. Honestly, love it.
All right.
What did he say here? I think the artist behind it is now pushing for his own tokens. Is this in relation to Slopcraft, or is this in relation to what we just
Anime
reviewed?
Psyop?
Anime Psyop.
Yeah. In the meantime, we'll check this out. Wait for Fumbler to get back to us. So Slopcraft community. What is Slopcraft? Here's the demo V1. I started developing from scratch. Move 3D model visual representation. I think this like represents workflows of some sort, but I can't put my finger on it. Ho-he, we crossed $10,000 on Bags app for Slopcraft.ai games in 2 days. That's insane and super motivated to work on the game, to be honest. Thank you for your support. So it's a game, obviously. I'm back home and cooking again. Thanks for all the upload. Look, Dev is active. I love seeing these videos. The allure wears off after a little while. He's new, he's excited, whatever. But it's great to see these videos. Re-uploading because previous video, blah blah. So let's just go to the website here. The vibe coding real-time strategy game. Ship, slop, farm bugs, win. What's the ticker? I want to see what this is looking like. Slopcraft is the full ticker. Okay. Share this tab. So it's at 155K market cap. Again, still low, guys. So grain of salt. Hey, look at that though. This has been around for only 2 days. I'm on the 15-minute, but that's a pretty nice looking chart. It didn't launch and go straight up to 5 million, and then it's distributing for the rest of eternity. So it's kind of sideways, got some traction, pumped, evened out again for a day or two, pumped again, and now we're back into that range. This is what I like to see on a token. Again, 150K. So like take it with a grain of salt. But alpha version 1, broken, Slopcraft, join community, support the dev, 100% AI generated, 0 unit tests. So yeah, I don't really know. This is a sick website, by the way. Hire agents, assign tickets, handle outages, profit. Okay, so maybe not a game, but this is the gameplay loop. You can hire agents, recruit specialized AI coders. Some are cracked, some hallucinate. Assign tickets, give them tasks, watch them argue in the PR comments. Handle outages. Production is down. The data set is locked. Vibes are low. Profit. Ship the features, claim the bounty, ignore the technical debt. Features, hopefully. LLM agent. They write code, they write bugs, they write angry comments. Vibe check. Keep your team's morale high, or they will quit to build you a farm. Okay, so it is a game. It's like yeah. Actually runs inside your sandbox. Tech tree. Unlock new frameworks. React Next. So you can basically build an empire here with AI agents, and you're gonna have rogue ones. You're gonna have angry ones. That's kind of cool. Where is a token the currency for the game? This is where tokens do work. Tokens work in economies. And so if you have an in-game economy that's robust enough, a token can be beneficial. Now, gaming has definitely not seen its shine at all this cycle. It saw some shine last cycle, did very well. Axie Infinity notably made, $1 billion. So having in-game economies and in-game tokens is very beneficial if done right. Although, again, we talked about timing in the market. Is this a good time to invest in games? It's investing in AI, so it's got a little bit of that aspect to it, but difficult to say. Check this out. And for some reason, we can't pull up links. We got to figure this out. But I would love if you send this in the comment, Crypto Power. We'd love to check it out. Check this out. Soul Deed launched on Ori 17 minutes ago, 15K in profit.
I checked it out. It's a Web3 job board, basically. Not sure it's
worth digging.
Yeah, not sure. Yeah.
Basically, Factorio for AI agents. Yeah, I think this is actually kind of cool. Now, it would be really cool if you can make this game and then these agents could actually do things in real life, or develop things for real life, and somehow it translates. But I got to look into this more. Nonetheless, Top Fumbler, shout out for calling it, and we'll keep eyes on it. I just thought it was pretty cool. I wanted to check it out. What else do I have saved? I know we're getting into some time here, so I want to keep this high level alpha here. So let me see what else I got.
Zira. I saw Zira trending on X. I don't know if there's anything going on in Zira.
I'll check it out. We've had Zira on the show before. It was a very popular show. I think it got probably actually better numbers.
One of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
Top Fumbler. Yeah, the dev was goated on that. I actually watched his TED talk that you sent me or whatever. He's very knowledgeable, but I don't really understand fully what he's building, to be honest.
So you guys see the Zira chart here. Let me do some market research here on Twitter, on our trusty Twitter. See what we can find. Why is it pumping? It's at 17.4 million. Any updates? Missed out on the Zira drop, unfortunately, but I hope everyone who got enjoys it. Crypto made everything transparent. Now we need to squad OPSEC. Nope, Meteorite Collective doing their work though. Yeah, I'm not sure if they dropped an update here. These are from an hour ago. Maybe it'd be better for me to just go straight through Zira. Okay, yeah, building and open for privacy. Live stream from our Dallas office with DevSkill issue will assemble and pack the first Zira physical token and reader bundles. Show the offline cash setup and take questions. Really cool what they're building offline, basically like an offline ledger, and you can transact with it and stuff. Zira physical token and reader. So I guess that's the update. Let me go check out their page. And of course, it's using zero knowledge proof, so it's all encrypted. Yeah, that seems to be the update. Give your digital assets physical freedoms of cash. The Zira store is now open. Order your Zira physical tokens and reader bundles. Everything you need to start experimenting with offline private cash. Wire it into a Zira offline cash. And we saw Jack Dorsey, I think, was actually building something out like this as well. An offline an offline thing, a little project. I'm not sure where that went, but Zero Physics token, 5-pack with embedded N tag and FC chips. Yeah, guys, just this is dev stuff, goes over my head, but here they are. That seems to be the update. Again, ultimately, they're building a offline, zero knowledge sort of like ledger, which is going to be really cool when it comes out, hopefully. Oh, look at this. Headbang in zero mode. We got some zero guys in here. Yeah, they're delivering tech you can buy on the website. That's sick. I mean, that's the end goal of zero, right? That's what we wanted to get to, the hardware. So good. One step in the right direction. Lastly, this is what I had. What did I have in here? Actually, let me do this on a different page so you don't see all my saved stuff. Oh, I'll just share this real quick. CoinDesk apparently reported that CoinGecko is potentially looking at an acquisition or a sale for around $500 million here. So $500 million for CoinGecko. Is that undervalued or overvalued? I don't know. Just thought it was worth mentioning. But now this is something I want to check out. Seamen. Shark talked about this. It's basically 30x as big as Pimpin. Biggest shark find in months, in my opinion. He said, let me know. Let me show you. Seaman has 13,000. I can't say that. Yeah. CMEM has 13,500 stars. Atomic memory capture for Claude AI by Anthropic. It's 600K market cap. Pippin has 500 stars for reference, and it's at 336 million market cap. AGI framework. The biggest AI coder framework, Claude AI versus Pippin. Ralph and Sol have no chance versus the most used Claude AI plugin in the whole world. Most used Claude AI plugin in the whole world, the Feast. So, okay. Memory agents observe work in real time, compress it with AI instantly hands. Community for Claude members and the entire CMEM fam. CMEM is a fair launch creator token initiated by our community on behalf of the project. It was made using Bags.app Launchpad, where 1% of all trading volume goes to support the project. 1%? 1% is what we landed on? Oh, that's not 1% of fees. It's 1% of trading volume. Okay, solid. Which is also equates to whatever. 1% of all trading volume is 1% like buys and sell tax. I know I prompted this, but it still made me smile, Jean-Claude. Okay, so it's a community. Think about it like Pippin, right? Pippin had a massive community, and now they have a token assigned to it, and I guess maybe they will use a token in their future build-outs. Okay, and here he has some images I should probably show you too. So Claude Memory, 351 followers, 114 following. Really good commits, it looks like. 13.4 thousand stars. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's really good. Star history. So we saw December, it started getting a real big uptick, and into 2026, it's done very well. 12K stars, just growing exponentially, hockey sticking, if you will. Raf started trading in the AI world because it solved the key problem memory issue. What if I told you there's a token fairly launched on Bags that is currently the #1 GitHub that solves the issue with AI memory? Okay, so it basically is a barometer or representative of the #1 GitHub, currently growing GitHub, whatever you want to call it. Although I don't think the token has any utility. It's just maybe people speculating on, hey, this is growing, so the token should grow in value as well. CMAM. Let me look it up, see the ticker. Share this tab. 1.42 mil. So it's definitely grown since that poach Shark made. I mean, that's a nice chart too.
Woo! Like those slow cook charts.
That's a nice chart. So again, this represents the fastest growing GitHub project that's solving memory for AI agents. The question is, where's the token come into play? Does the token need to come into play? Is the market frothy enough right now to send stuff without any real utility? If that's the case, you got to know it's not a hold, it's a flip. But okay, I guess here. This is an article. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but I will just skim it. Do you actually use the product of the meme coin you bought? I did before the coin even existed, and so did thousands of others. Most holders of a meme coin, yeah, see, it's a meme coin. It's all right, but maybe not our style here. With working product, blah, blah. This, however, limits the potential. How can you bull post on the TL without actually knowing what you bull post? Here's where CMEM from Cloud Memory is different. It had thousands of users before it even had a coin. Heck, even I was using it before the coin existed. This Cloud Mem plugin gives you Cloud AI a set of memory across devices, allowing you to start working on your project each day on any device without having to worry about running out of context. Okay, so we get the gist of it. Okay, but so again, like why token? Obviously, it's giving funding to the dev. Is there, if this is somehow making a profit, if this is somehow profitable and the dev's getting funding, maybe he assigns some sort of equity to the token at some point. But other than that, I don't see, I don't understand why you need a token, but it's cool nonetheless. I think that covers it. We talked about a lot of projects today. I don't want to overload everyone. I got to go back and start reaching out to some of these founders.
Yeah, we gotta. All right, so guys, the best way to get founders and launch pads and projects on our show is just hit them in the replies at MCG Live, tag it, go give MCG a follow, of course. I'm just trying to think. There was something that we needed to do before we logged off here. Oh, can you just throw if is Bitcoin candling? Are there any?
Yeah, I'm gonna do Bitcoin, and of course, I got to do the Ori chart. The ORY chart.
Oh, we haven't even looked at the Ori chart yet.
I don't think so, because this has been a beautiful looking chart.
Bro, Mikey, I'm sorry. I just we're doing live DD. I didn't even tag the Ori token.
Yeah, I mean, but this chart's great. They've been building for a while, like I told you, entrepreneurial spirit.
Oh my goodness.
Look at this. Look at this. This should give you a lot of hope. This gave me some hope for my Believe tokens that died. Because look, you don't see this too often, right? You typically, once a token bottoms out and like trade sideways for, in this case, 100+ days, it's very hard for them to come back. So to see something like this, where it had its initial run up, they were iterating, developing, they released their launch pad, and it goes from, it looks like a 300K market cap, maybe a little lower, to 3.5 million, surpassing previous all-time highs. It goes to show you can win against the sideways. You can win against the time decay or whatever you want to call it. But really great looking chart here. I'll go to the 1 hour where it looks even better. We saw maybe platform release here, January 5th. I would imagine that lines up with the timing. Pump, people still didn't really realize about it. Markets were also dead. Sideways, maybe something blew up. And like we've since continued that trend. But beautiful, beautiful chart on Ori. Got to cover that, of course. Dev is mega go. That was 10 minutes ago. Okay. And then, yeah, Bitcoin. Bitcoin's starting to candle. We talked about this at the start of the show. I think this is a type 2. I do think it's pretty much primed and ready for new all-time highs. And yeah, we're looking good. Inflation's good. We likely don't get a cut next month. But that's a nice looking chart. Bitcoin's looking good. Up 3.5% on the day. Sol up 3.2%. A little bit behind, lagging behind Bitcoin. But typically we see the catch up happen. Ethereum leading actually a little bit. 3.65 on the day. Again, Ethereum on the monthly chart looks like it's so ready to just go for an extended period of time. Like this looks like it could run up for the next year. Ethereum could just continue to just go up. Kind of like we saw in the equities markets this year.
Chill has the flag at 15K on ETH. It's been our long-term upside target. So
I would love that. I would love that. Same outlook because if Ethereum is doing that, everything else is. Same outlook for Solana. We've been in this range. Equity is performing well. Solana kind of flushed out here. Again, I think it looks prime ready for a year-long rally. I would really like that. Of course, I would really like that. So, guys, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Josh, do you want to go over the schedule maybe for MCG real quick? And then
actually tomorrow,
banging week.
We have a banging week tomorrow too. And guys, the market's been so slow. So we did a little bit of a short week, kind of fit everyone in. But I'm going to go pin back to our profile because job's not finished, guys. Right here. And again, you're not going to get dark mode from me because it is what it is. And I don't know how to do dark mode. Where am I seeing it? Here we go. All right. So we got tomorrow, we got Virus Dupe coming on. The new game, Virus. I actually mentioned that looking at the token around 3 million, it hit 8 million this morning. So I don't know the catalyst there. I'm assuming they launched their game or whatnot. Dupe, what's this? The UCP protocol. We want to find out all about that. Also, Dupe has performed exceptionally well. And then Thursday we have, this one will be interesting. Pixel AI Games is Anshul worked on Zynga Poker and has built a on-chain poker game. So another one to watch. And then America Online. I have my American flag right here, guys. I am ready. I'm excited for the AOL stream. Yes, as a Canadian, gotta rep it. So really excited. But by the way, my I have some family that are American, so it's not crazy for me to have an American flag. And then fair
No one thought it was
scale,
crazy.
start off fun. Oh, cool. Well, honorary. I love it. But yeah, and then Friday we are off, no stream. So go ahead, follow MCG. Clips are going to come out. Make sure to raid all clips, guys. These are clips that other people can see on crypto Twitter about projects that you trade. So make sure you're retweeting. You're in our replies. So replies are the #1 engagement part on X's new algorithm, I believe. So make sure you're replying
open
with
source this
thoughtful
week.
conversations. Yeah. Is it really?
Yeah, open source this week, and they'll continue to do so every month. So
yeah,
that's what Elon said. We should see. Maybe also just scroll down to we've been doing a lot of long form content recently. I think we have a great audience for it. Our audience is very into research, DD, and long form storytelling. So we've been getting into more of that recently, and you guys should definitely go check it out because we just did this post here on the new UCP protocol, which again, we'll have a conversation with Bobby from Dupe, who's benefiting from this greatly. Go check it out. It's a full understanding of what UCP means, how this affects the agent economy, how X402, ERC8004 fit into it. It's a really great read. So do yourself a favor and go do that if you get some time.
Yep. And also tagging the players in there. So yeah, not going to call it institutional grade research, but pretty solid research package.
Actually, click on it. How many bookmarks? Last time I saw it had like 7 or 8 bookmarks.
Sorry, how do I see that? Engagements, right? It doesn't say here. I'm sure there's a way to see this in analytics, but I'm not going to open our analytics.
No, yeah, that's all good. Yeah. I definitely, you can see it just straight on the thing. I'm not sure why it's not working for you. Yeah. If I can see it, I'll pull it up in a second. Either way, people are bookmarking, going back to read it later.
Also, 7K.
19.
Boom, 7K. We really appreciate the followers, guys. Thanks to all you guys who are on stream, 4,300 of you. 7K followers. We appreciate it. Shout out to all our sponsors and those who support our work. We really appreciate those on Asset Dash. Always great to have you on MCG Live. And yeah, got just getting started for the year. So
Josh saying, I believe is a new not financial advice. Yeah. It's basically saying, hey, this is what I think is going to happen. I just can't say it. Also, here you go. 19. Wait. Why did it disappear? It's just up. Oh, whatever. 20 bookmarks. 20 bookmarks. So
all right, I'll take 20 bookmarks. Same viewers as TBPN today. So we love it. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Thanks for joining. Stay safe in the markets and see you tomorrow.